housekeeping. Did you guys get access to PMI's learning portal? Awesome. And you were able to download all the resources, isn't it? Only one resource that we will be using during the session is student activity workbook. Rest of the resources will be used, but when you will be preparing for your certification exam. This certification exam would be available for you right after your training. That would be next Saturday. You will be getting 2 more months to prepare for it and appear for it. An exam voucher will be generated for you. And then once that exam voucher will be given to you, then you will be getting 2 more months. We will be providing you all the resources to get ready for that certification. If you prefer a study plan, we will be providing you a study plan. In case if you want to prepare on your own way, just feel free. In fact, what would happen, and for few of you guys, we already provided you access to PM Training School Learning Portal. Not all of you, I understand that, because few of you joined us a bit late, but few students who requested or who joined us earlier, we gave access to that learning portal I'm talking about. On that learning portal, not only you will have the material that is PMS material, but also you will be getting some study plans, video lectures available for you guys in case if you want to go back and want to clarify a concept or anything. And also you will be getting access to an exam simulator. Currently, this exam simulator has 6 practice exams. That would be enough for your prep, but we will be uploading few more exams as well so that you can do more and more practice so that you can get your Senior Scrum Master certification in first attempt. This exam voucher that will be generated for you will be valid only for 1 attempt. And what I have seen is most of our students, they pass their exam in first attempt, and the percentage is around 90%. In case that I suspect won't happen, in case if you cannot pass in first attempt, then you have to pay $150 to PMI for the second attempt. However, I'm pretty sure, pretty confident because of your experience and background, and obviously you will be preparing for the certification as well. There won't be any issue for you guys. In meanwhile, me and Suhail Saab, both will be on your disposal. Just feel free to contact us in case if you have a confusion or how to prepare or confusion about any particular concept. I'm available over WhatsApp. In case if you don't have my WhatsApp, just feel free to ask and I will be providing you my WhatsApp. Hello, Arslan. How are you doing?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Good, Arslan. Thank you.
I'm just a bit late. Sorry for the late attendance.
That's all right. In fact, 2 of the participants are joining us from KSA. It is 7 a.m. there, so we can expect that because like it's winter in South Asia and Middle East, so we can expect that they would be a bit late too. Here in New Zealand at the moment, like it's 5 p.m. evening, and also it's summer. Pretty sunny, very good weather. In fact, here the summer is shorter and winter is pretty long, so we really love summer. And in fact, I can show you if you want. So we really in love with this beautiful summer. Same like in Pakistan, you guys love cloudy weather. Here we love sunny weather. So it was not an issue to come on time for me, but I can understand that it could be a bit challenging for you guys. Hazet, can you hear us now?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you well now. So this is Zahid from Netsoul. So I'm into this software development since last 21 years.
Awesome.
Have got a chance to attend few trainings previously from Suhail sir. So but with you, it's the first experience.
Yep.
So I'm certified. I'm PMP certified last year. Rather, it was 2020 July.
Yep.
So now I'm looking forward to have this prestigious certification as well.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Zaid.
Likewise.
Arslan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Mohammad Aslan Khan. I am working as a project manager at Systems Limited, and I have done like some of the certifications such as PMP, Certified Scrum Master, Certified Product Owner, Prince 2, Certified ITIL, and like a lot of more in the bucket as well, Certified Scrum at Scale Practitioner. So I was like interested in doing this disciplinary agile as this is like really flexible, and I
Yeah.
just contacted Faiz, and I heard a lot of good things about you, and you are like added on my LinkedIn as well, and Mr. Suhail as well. So I'm in contact with him. So you both are like a asset for us. So hoping to learn a lot of good things for this new certification of PMI.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for your kind words, Arslan. We still expecting few more, around 4 more students. Uh, I really don't want them to miss anything, but nevertheless, I think we cannot waste your time either. So, structure of for this particular certification, that is Senior Scrum Master, it is not Scrum Master, is firstly, we will not going to cover the actual content of Senior Scrum Master. Reason being, you didn't do Scrum Master, and you really need an introduction to discipline Agile. So in first session, I will be covering some fundamentals of discipline Agile, including some fundamentals of Agile, and then why discipline Agile, some foundational concept of discipline Agile. And from there, Suhail Sab, he will be taking lead and he will be covering the actual content of Senior Scrum Master, because like it is expected that, okay, uh, if you guys are doing Senior Scrum Master certification, you have some Agile experience and also some have some foundational level knowledge of Scrum Master. That's why all the times we have to cover some fundamentals of discipline Agile. So first 1.5 to 2 hours would be around this foundation. The agenda of this first session would be, we will start with Agile fundamentals. We really won't go in depth of it because I can understand that you guys are already working in the software field. You already got some certifications, especially Scrum Master certifications, okay, or Agile practitioner certifications. We will just look at it and then from there, we will go toward discipline Agile and we will try to build a case by discipline Agile when we already have like dozens of methods available for doing Agile. Then how discipline Agile is different from others and how it could help us in a more pragmatic way to resolve the challenges we currently facing. Not only we facing, the whole Agile movement is facing. Once this case would be established, then we will be in a position that we can cover some fundamentals of discipline Agile. And then from there, I will be handing over to Suhail Saab and he will be covering introduction to discipline Agile, senior Scrum Master certification, and then he will be covering 6 more modules over the period of next 2 Saturdays. And those modules will give you a good understanding that, okay, what is discipline Agile, what is the scope of senior Scrum Master, at what level a senior Scrum Master operates, etc. So that's the agenda. Any question about it?
It's a 2-day training, correct? Like this Saturday and next Saturday.
Exactly.
Okay. So you just mentioned Mr. Sohail will be like providing 2 different, like on 2 days he will be providing, like today and next Saturday, or any other 2 days as well?
No, this Saturday and next Saturday.
Okay.
Yep.
Looking forward to learn a lot of new things from Mr. Suhail and you as well. Mr. Suhail have like lot of certification and all those
Oh yeah,
things. So
yeah,
let's see.
no
Chalo.
doubt. He got a very comprehensive grip on, like, especially PMI certifications and training PMI certifications. We both are facilitators. Me as Faiz Rasool. At the moment, I'm in Auckland, New Zealand. I run a school that is a PMI authorized training partner, and it is PM training school. My background is in electrical engineering. In fact, the bachelor was in computer engineering. And then from there in master's and PhD, I did some research in electrical with a focus on IoT. That is Internet of Things, and it's getting pretty popular. Just not a buzzword, but we have seen that IoT is everywhere. And then I would request Suhail Saab just to introduce himself.
Yes, of course. I think people know me already. My name is Suhail Iqbal, and I have been in this business of teaching, specifically project management related subject for last 22 years now. Earlier to that, I had been teaching IT, data warehousing, and lot many other subjects. But now I'm only dedicated to the subject of project and strategy management. Earlier to that, I had been serving Pakistan Army for about 20 years. And naturally, during that period, I had a lot of experience in managing physical projects of various kinds, because I was related not only to the field of civil engineering, but also I'm a master's in computer science. So almost 10 years of my life, I had been involved with the IT projects, data warehousing and all that. I also did some of the construction projects, but not very much. But naturally, that is also one of my specializations. So these two things put together helped me get into the field of project management in more intense form. And I did some research. I learned a lot from various sources, and I had been, distributing this knowledge for all this time. And I really enjoy this, because while I teach, I think I learn a lot. So that's a little about myself.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Suhail Saab. And then there was a time for you guys to introduce yourself, but you already introduced yourself. Anyone who is left with the introduction? No. So let's move further and start our discussion with a brief overview of Agile project management. In fact, not Agile project management, we will go a bit before that. And let's have a look on this particular figure. What do you think, guys? What is this picture telling you?
Yeah, I think it's a predictive and SDLC life cycle that we used to follow. I mean earlier, and it evolved from the waterfall project.
Yeah, exactly.
V-shaped model. Yeah.
Yeah, true. V-shape model. Exactly. Thanks for sharing. So either you call it V-shape model or predictive SDLC that is evolved from waterfall. Its story starts since early 20th century. There was a genius entrepreneur named Frederick Taylor from USA. His mindset and his theories impacted a lot on our way of working that we did in the 20th century. He was of the opinion the workers, especially the industry workers, they are comparatively laid back, lazy. They really cannot define their own way of working. For these guys, the smart people, the managers, that white collar job holders who know the systems very well, who know the processes very well. They should define some processes, and those processes should be followed by these industry workers. That was start of process defined approach of doing work, doing projects, and it got like very popular in many different industries, including shipping, manufacturing, textile, construction, etc. When in 1960s, when computer evolved and our software programming languages evolved, and then we start doing our software projects, this technique that we call it like process defined, or you can call it like a waterfall approach, where we develop a detailed plan, okay, and then we follow that plan to complete our project. It was adopted as well because like it was the most popular, or in fact only one of the few techniques available. So from there, we got this predictive SDLC, a step-by-step process where basically we get the requirements in the start. These requirements could be functional requirements, could be non-functional requirements. In non-functional requirements could be, these could be quality of service requirements, could be regulatory requirements, but nevertheless, we try to gather as many requirements as possible, okay? In this phase, normally our team members, such as like business analysts or system analysts or the project managers, they used to be very, very busy. Okay, this is a time, this is a phase where our developers choose not to be very much busy. Our testers choose not to be very much busy, but our BAs, they used to be very busy to gather these requirements, to define these requirements, to document them, to verify them, validate them, prioritize them, and bring them in a shape that they can become a part of a project scope, or you can say product scope. After that, then our engineers, or especially our architects, they, based on those requirements, they used to develop their solution architecture. This architecture could be spaghetti type architecture, old style architecture. That could be, depending on the field, could be like client server architecture, or maybe layered approach, or maybe microservice services based architecture that is like pretty contemporary and advanced architecture. So these guys used to develop the whole thorough architecture. And then after that, our architects and senior engineers or designers, solution designers, for each component of that architecture, they design them. They design those components using one approach or the other approach. Maybe they are writing use cases, maybe they are using user stories, or personas, or maybe wireframes or prototypes, etc. They design the solution, they design the components of the solution. Okay, once this all hard work is done in the form of maybe documents, then our engineers, they used to start developing as per the design and architectural requirements. Okay, and we used to develop this type of products, software products. Obviously, on the other side, we once our work is being done, we keep on doing some testing. For example, our white box testing, like unit testing, or functional testing, or if our solution is going to be integrated with already existing solution, or our components are going to be integrated with other components in the same solution, we keep on doing some integration testing, and then in the end confirming that, okay, whatever we develop is as per the requirements through our user acceptance testing. That was the approach. But this approach, it requires a lot of documentation, and also was, you can say, like not flexible at all, not adaptable at all. Because, for example, if we spend like 2 to 3 months on these bits and start developing our solution, we are not in a shape that we can cater any type of change. But on the other side, for example, in 1990s, when the internet was evolving and our users or our stakeholders, our clients who were paying us, they were learning quite a lot over the period of time. Okay, they were learning from their competitor, they were learning from the global market, or in other words, what was happening, that like once we spent 2 to 3 months, they always come with a lot of changes, but we were not in a shape as an engineer or the software developers to manage those changes, to cater those changes for our clients' competitive advantage. So it normally used to result in software which were not of like quite a lot of use, and many softwares are developed and put into the rubbish, or maybe only few features of those software were used and rest of the features were not in use. And you guys, you are software developer, you know this. In 1990s, computer science was not in a good shape, software world was not in a good shape. Okay, and people believe on the software was like going away. This thing was also realized by the thought leaders in the software industry. Okay, because like these software developers, they were not ordinary industry workers, they were knowledge workers, they were totally different breed than normal people. Okay, they were smart, they were genius, that's why they were in that particular field, that's why they are being paid like handsome salaries nowadays. Okay, so soon they start realizing that this thing is not going to work, not at all. So in 1990s, they start developing some methods where they become more adaptable, where they can cater the changing needs of our customers, not only changing needs of the customers, but also the changing technologies they are going to use. Okay, because like most of the time our technology decisions are made when we are developing the architecture of our solution. So in 1990s, many different methods, such as like, for example, DSDM, that is dynamic system development methods, or Scrum or XP, they were developed. Okay, and the purpose was develop the solutions that can provide some competitive advantage to our clients. Not only this, that can help us to bridge the gap between the technology people and the business people, bring them together so that we can understand their needs properly and can develop the solution as per those needs. So that was basically the start of Agile. Though in 1990s, we used not to call them Agile, but still mindset was evolving about Agile. For the first time in 2001, as you guys well aware of, 17 software thought leaders, they gathered together at Utah, and then they decided that, okay, let's call this movement Agile movement, and publish it with the help of Agile Manifesto, the famous Agile Manifesto. Okay, that is based, as you guys know, 4 core values and 12 principles. Okay, now anyone who is not aware of this Agile Manifesto or its core values or principles? Now, before going further, let's quickly discuss, and this time I won't be the one who will be discussing these core values. I would be requesting you guys help me to understand these core values, what you understand from these core values, and how you are applying them at your workplace. What do you think, Moin? What is the first value and what it says?
Okay,
The first
so
value.
Yes,
so
please.
go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. The first value is individual interactions, our processes and tools. I mean, that's kind of a thing that, I mean, we should have the team should be more collaborative and, I mean, self-organized rather than following the, I mean, prescribed processes and, I mean, tools all these tools. So that's what I mean, the first value saying.
True. True. Basically, before Agile, many of the methods that were in use, or many of the frameworks that were in use were, for example, PMI's waterfall approach, for example, CMMI model, capability maturity models was pretty famous. Similarly, ITIL for IT service management or asset management. Okay. In fact, Agile was developed to resolve the challenges that we faced from these frameworks or these process-oriented methods. And I fully agree, Moin. Individuals and their self-organization and their freedom to choose their way of working is more important as compared to adopting a particular process or tool. Okay, but one thing we have seen in previous 20 years, on one side in our manifesto, we say that we shouldn't be preferring a particular process or tool on the freedom of choosing our way of working. But on the other side, if you have seen all those methods, especially Agile methods that are developed or in market, for example, you name them, for example, Nexus or Spotify, if not Spotify, Nexus or Safe or Scrum, what they say, they prescribe you. They again ask you to follow the processes. They ask you, if you want to do Agile or if you want to do Scrum, do like this. They really don't allow you to choose your own way of working. They want you to do daily Scrum each day. They don't give you permission or freedom to choose the frequency of your coordination meetings. They ask you to do your daily meetings, for example, for 15 minutes. Okay, they prescribe you. That's the issue. That's the challenge that we are currently facing, our Agile movement is currently facing. And then there comes our second point, that is Zishan.
Yeah, the same issue I'm facing for the is point one.
True.
We have to stick to the framework.
True.
Yeah, and if you go to the IT industry and you ask question for them, we are following Agile, but everyone is doing their own Agile.
True. True. Agreed.
It's indirectly the way of working they are adopting.
True.
Yeah. The second point is a working software or compressive documentation. Like the focus should be on the software. Your goal should be on the working software, not the compressive documentation.
True.
But in my experience, in banks, they also focus on the documentation too. Yeah. Yeah, we have to.
Isn't it?
We have to keep the balance. And from my experience, I incorporate this in definition of done.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, when I describe the definition of done, there should be minimum documentation for that.
True.
Yeah.
Agreed. In fact, what we say in the Agile Manifesto, we understand the importance of documentation, okay, especially when there are compliance requirements. If there is no compliance requirement, if you are developing a simple website, maybe you are not taking care of it, you don't do any documentation at all. But on the other side, if your finances are at stake, where there is privacy issues, for example, like in a banking sector, okay, or compliance is like life critical. For example, you are developing a vaccine, or you are developing a software that is going to be used like in running the aeroplanes, or maybe any type of product that can interact with the human, can impact on human life. In those cases, you cannot neglect the documentation at all. But nevertheless, our preference or our measure of success is working software. But again, this manifesto was written back in 2001, around 20 years ago. At that time, it was originated from the software industry, okay? And we can expect that for them, working software was like the primary measure, okay? But over the period of time, we have seen that Agile is adopted throughout different industries. That's number one. Now, even if you talk about software itself or software industry itself, it's not only software, it is more than that. That should be considered as a primary measure. And in discipline agile world, we call it consumable solution, a solution that should be consumable by our customers. They love to consume that and also can recommend others to consume that solution. And when we say consumable solution, no doubt software is very important part of it. But what about the hardware on which it is working? Okay, or what about the documentation, as Ishan was mentioning about it? Okay, or what about the processes that are improved or changed as a result of this product? Okay, or the organizational change that that resulted as a result of this consumable solution when it is deployed into the production. So consumable solution is comparatively more comprehensive term as compared to just working software. Think about those software which are like firmware or which are used in the embedded system or maybe in a network switch or maybe any other embedded device, etc. That is not only just software, but much more than that. And then there comes last 2 points of our Agile manifesto. Zahid?
Sure. So the next one is an extension of the previous two. So it basically leads to the customer collaboration over contract negotiation. So previously, if we look at the methodologies or practices that we were following around 2005, 2007, so mainly, the focus was on contract negotiation.
True.
And phased approaches, clear requirement documentation followed by the solution documentation or FS at that time.
True.
So compared to those practices, now we are more interactive with the clients, trying to understand them and how
True.
the changes or the requirements are evolving over the time period, and how these can be implemented and accommodated within the ongoing development of the software.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not about just keep on focusing on like locking the scope into our contract. Okay, instead of working closely with the customers, maybe you might like to review some agile way of contracting. DSDM method, it gives you a lot of different options. Similarly, discipline agile, it provides you a lot of different options through which like you can go for some type of agile contracting. Sometimes it happens, a client might not be fully agile, they might not understand agile way of contracting, but still we can talk with them, we can convince them that how important or how beneficial like agile contracting is as compared to those standard fixed price contracts. Okay, but important thing is we focus on customer success instead of just winning the contract and doing the work as per the scope that is locked in the contract. And then the last point, responding to change over following a plan. Numan?
If we look at last point, responding to change over following a plan, it's basically that's has already been said by Zaid that that we stick to what the scope was decided earlier at the start, rather than following that. We closely interact with the client and see what business changes that are coming in and what decisions that are taking place at customer end, and facilitating that customer and facilitating them in such a way that they are able to facilitate their clients and do their business effectively.
And also it is about our way of working. what type of approach we should use where we can respond to change. Okay, more like iterative way of working, where we are always open to the changes, maybe after 1 week or 2 weeks. Okay, that is like iterative incremental way of working, or agile way of working, instead of developing a detailed plan that is tough to change, etc. So that was Agile Manifesto. Any comment or question about it? No, 12 Agile principles. I believe most of you have already seen them. Again, we are not going in depth of them. We are covering it like just briefly, but again, with the help of you, Muin, just first 4 principles. What do you understand from these principles? You are on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, the first 4 principles are the the customer certification, welcome to change, deliver frequently, working together. I mean, same, I mean, those values that we have discussed earlier, I mean, coming into this principles as well. Customer certification is the, I mean, most prioritized thing that we should, I mean, kept in mind, I mean, from the early stage of the project. And since we are working in an iterative environment, mostly in Agile, so I mean, we should welcome the changes as well. And on an incremental basis, we should deliver the, I mean, consumable products to customers so that they can, I mean, see the progress of the project as well during the tenure. And of course, I mean, working together means, I mean, in a more collaborative and, I mean, self-organized manner. I mean, keeps the team motivated as well during the project. So that the project should not get derailed.
Yeah, agreed. And then next 4 points: trust and support, face-to-face conversation, working software, sustainable development. Zishan.
Trust and support. We should trust and support the team members that are doing their work to build confidence in them. Face-to-face conversation is to bring transparency with the team.
Oh, yeah.
Working software, the same. The focus should be the working software. And number 10, sustainable development. The pace should be means sustainable. You should be predictable that what you're going to be achieve in future.
Yeah, true. Agreed. And again, as Zishan mentioned, we should create an environment of trust. Okay, where team should be empowered to take their decisions. No doubt, as we are a sponsor, or we are a portfolio or program managers, we always verify it, but important thing is show the trust, and no one is stopping you from verifying. Okay, because like sometimes it happened, few of the agile practitioners, especially the purists, they really hate this world of governance. Okay, they say that we are agilist and we are self-organized, then why are you asking us, and we will give you solution at the end. Okay, but as you are paying money, or you are managing the projects or products, you will be verifying them. So it's not only trust, but also verifying as well. On the other side, provide the support, show servant leadership model. Okay, or even better models are available. We can talk about them later. Face-to-face conversation, again, we have seen that especially in last 2 years, that sometimes it is not practical to go face-to-face, but nevertheless, face-to-face medium is the richest medium in terms of its effectiveness. So what they really want is, they want business people and technology people to come together, the team to come together, to sit at a co-located space where basically they can work together, they can learn from each other. Communication should be pretty rich, and there should be like a type of osmotic communication going on, where not only they are learning from each other, they are learning from the whole environment. And then then there is working software. We already talked about it. That is our primary measure of success. But DA or discipline agile says consumable solution is a better wording as compared to just working software. Sustainable development, no doubt it is also about the predictability. Agile is meant for uncertain requirements, uncertain times, uncertain situations, but it helps us to be more predictable. But not only we should be predictable, but also we should be sustainable. We should be capable of doing the work on a almost same pace indefinitely. Either we are like from business background, like a product owner, or we are from the technology background. And it is only possible when there is clear work and life balance. If Agile ask us that, okay, produce double the work in half the time, then it is not sustainability. Okay. You might be able to do it 2 months, 3 months, or 4 months. After that, you will be just worn out. You might be finding another job for yourself. Okay. So this is sustainable development. And then there comes the last 4 points. And Arslan, are you here?
Yeah.
Yes, Arslan. Last 4 points. What do you understand from them?
Last 4 points: maintain simplicity, self-organizing team, reflect and adjust, and continuous attention. So these are also the principles of Agile. So self-organizing teams. So Agile teams are like self-organizing, and we cannot like work with them in a authoritative style. So we need to be like little different style should be adopted. And so that's why we have different roles for Scrum Master, Product Owner, and Development Team. So it should be a servant leadership. If there are project managers and they call them Agile, so they should be like servant leaders. They should not be authoritative. Give them everything, give them the environment, give them the exact talent, make a team, and then trust them. And they will be like become self-organizing team. So how to make a team self-organizing? It's again a challenge, and there are a lot of ways as well. And we can like make them self-organized, although it's a challenging thing. It takes time. And maintain simplicity. So everything is like simple in Agile. Large stories, like all those epics are like break up into small stories and small subtasks. So everything is like really simple. Sprint model is like working in every iteration. We are like providing something. So everything is like simple. You can use any tool. And continuous attention. Although like Scrum teams are doing a lot of like different ceremonies like daily stand-up meetings, so continuous attention is given over there as well internally. And then we have like sprint review meeting, in which we are giving that attention to the customer as well. So everyone is like engaged too much in all those ceremonies. And reflect and adjust. So I think this is like more towards the retrospective meeting, like once you are like completed and sprint is done, so you are now reflecting the work, and there is something like a working product or something which you have like delivered in that sprint, and how you will be like adjusting it in sprint retrospective meeting, which is internal meeting. So you will be like adjusting all those things, what went well, what did not went well, how we can improve. So every time if you are like truly like adopting all those Scrum and Agile things, so every new sprint will be like better than the last sprint if you are reflecting and adjusting all those things.
True. Yeah, I agree. And thanks a lot, Arslan, for explaining this. We have recently joined few participants, I think. We will be going for introduction of new participants after this slide. Okay, last 4 points were around like continuous attention, and this continuous attention should be towards technical excellence. That's important to understand. When we are doing an agile way of working, it is not only about ceremonies, it's not only about meetings, it's not only about those particular artifacts. Okay, product backlog should be there, sprint backlog should be there, etc. It is more about that agile should be helping people or making life easy by providing comprehensive technical guidance as well, so that they can make the right decision on the right time. Okay, but unfortunately, we have seen that recently, whatever is taught about Agile, it is more about like structure of the teams or particular roles or structure of like a particular iteration or a particular release, etc. Instead of focusing quite a lot, for example, on what are the right techniques to develop better architectures or the designs, or what could be our testing strategies, or how can we address the changing stakeholder needs or address the risks that are like very technical risks, etc. So if we can provide continuous attention to technical excellence, then we can get the real agility. We can develop the solutions that would be loved by our customers. And then there comes maintain simplicity. There is a quote, keep it simple, stupid, that basically is saying when we are developing our software solutions or any type of product, okay, make it simple in a sense that if you have to make a change into it, you can introduce that change easily. Your solution should be that much simple, okay? With small change, you can address the changing needs of your customers. Introduction of that change should not be complex, okay? But again, your simple solution should be capable of meeting the customer needs, okay? And then self-organizing teams, we have already seen that if teams are trusted, teams are given this empowerment to choose their way of working, can make the decisions around the schedule, around the implementation, then we will be able to get the best designs. We will be able to get the best solutions out of it. And last point is reflect and adjust. That is basically retros. Okay. And when we say retros here, basically we focus on three key components: how to improve our products, if there is any need, how to improve our processes, and how to improve collaboration among the people. So 3 Ps. That's what we discuss normally at the end of one iteration. Again, it depends. As a team, you should have this freedom to choose when should be your retrospective. If, for example, it is a 2 weeks retrospective, 2 weeks iteration, do you want to do your retrospectives at the end of 1 week, or do you want to do it at the end of 2 weeks? You should be capable of making this decision instead of someone else is telling you that you must be doing it at the end of iteration. Okay, so these are the 12 principles on which like the whole agile movement is based upon. We also call it agile mindset, and that is the right way. Understanding the agile mindset, accepting the agile mindset, or being agile before doing agile. Instead of just going and adopting one method, for example, go and adopt what Spotify people did, okay? If you can understand the mindset with the help of the manifesto, core values, and 12 principles, then you would be in much better shape to choose a particular technique or particular method or framework or toolkit, etc., to use for your purpose. That could be XP, that could be DSDM, or that could be crystal methods, or maybe discipline agile, or maybe Scrum at scale, or safe, etc. So it totally depends what you like the most. But important thing is you should be adopting the agile mindset. Any question about it? Well, guys, before moving further, a few participants recently joined us. Would you like to introduce you guys?
Yara, you joined late, so you were the last one to join. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, sure. Hello, everyone, and good morning. This is Yara Al-Haidari, working in one of the telecommunication companies in Saudi, working in the academy, learning and development. I'm a PMI-ACP and PBA certified, and I'm looking forward to learn more about discipline Agile in this workshop. Thank you.
Yeah, most welcome, Yara, and nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Munib also need to introduce himself. Yes, Munib.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Suhail. This is Munib, and I'm working with an insurtech company, Jet Health Solutions. Or other than that, I'm PMP, ACP, and RMP certified. On my way to PGMP, and I felt like going for DASSM as well. So
Awesome.
I sent a message. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome on board, Munib. Anyone else who recently joined?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nawan Nadeem. I've joined recently. I'm currently working in public sector organization in Lahore. And I'm PMP, ACP, CSM, and CSPO. And looking forward to learn a different approach using DASSM.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Noman, for the introduction, and nice to meet you. So we are just missing one participant. I hope he will join us soon. But in meanwhile, we will continue. And also the guys who recently joined, my introduction is I'm Faiz Rasool, one of the co-facilitator for this workshop, and I'm joining you from New Zealand. And along with me, we have Suhail Iqbal, who is also facilitating this workshop. Well, guys, Scrum process. I believe most of you guys are well aware of this process. Very simple and also effective in a lot of different situations. A well-structured method to implement Agile. Would anyone like to help me to understand what Scrum process says? Munib.
Yeah, sure, Faiz. It's all about collecting the requirements, and we arrange them into this thing called product backlog, where they are continuously refined, updated. The priorities are changed based on risk and other elements that we value depending on that specific environment. And then our development team can choose a few of them, and depending on their capacity to work on, they pick them up, they move them to their sprint backlog, they are worked upon, and then slowly, once the iteration is complete, they have some sort of increment which can be moved on to the next level. They can choose whether or not to release it. Meanwhile, we are continuously having our other ceremonies. We are retrospecting our processes, improving upon them, and that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. So we can understand the Scrum process with the help of its ceremonies, and normally there are around 4 to 5 ceremonies, 5 ceremonies, isn't it? For example, like sprint planning meeting or backlog refinement meeting, daily Scrum, sprint reviews, and sprint retrospective. Also, we can understand the Scrum process with the help of its roles. 3 famous roles. If you guys have a basic introduction of Agile, because like Scrum is the most popular method, you are well aware of those 3 roles. That is, one is product owner, a person who is mostly representative of business people. Okay, he or she is the one who take care of product backlog. No doubt, team works. Scrum Master works closely with the with the product owner to refine the product backlog. But again, responsibility is with the product owner. He or she is the one who refine it, who prioritize it, and then based on that prioritization, it put the requirements in the product backlog. Second role is Scrum Master, a person who helps the team to adopt Agile, to implement Agile, or in other words, you can say implement Scrum. He or she is the one who understand the Scrum process pretty well, help the team to conduct the ceremonies, also demonstrate the servant leadership, and protect the teams from external interferences, which are like unwanted interferences. And then there comes team, or people also call them developers. Okay. Either they are business analysts or testers or programmers. Collectively, they are called developers. They are the one who develop the solution, who develop the product. And what they do is they get the requirements from product backlog. And then after that, as a self-organizing team, they define the tasks to complete those requirements. They schedule the tasks, they estimate them, and then they keep on working on those tasks, for example, for 1 or 2 weeks. In fact, Scrum, they prescribe us to work for like 2 weeks, preferably. Okay. On the other side, if you talk about another Agile method, such as like XP, they normally ask us for iterations of like 1 week. Okay. But nevertheless, we keep on working for 2 weeks. At the end of 2 weeks, whatever we produce, we show it to our stakeholders, especially the product owner, for many different purposes. One is either accepting or rejecting the work we did, or maybe asking for the amendments into it, maybe asking for the fund release, etc. But nevertheless, once we finish showing our product demo to our customers, we sit down together as a team and we do some retro. We reflect back what we did in the last iteration. Are our product features in the upcoming iteration. So this is a Scrum process. This is very popular. In fact, many different development teams, they are using it. It is said that around 70% of the teams in the whole wide world, they use Scrum because like it is simple, it is effective, but nevertheless it is insufficient as well. Insufficient because of different reasons. I can comment on them, but before that, I really want to know from you guys how you found Scrum while working, while using this method on the product development.
Yeah, like I said before, it's very beneficial for the execution of the project. Yeah,
True.
When you got all the things ready for the product backlog, but it doesn't set you if we talk about PMP, it's initiation of the project and define the roadmap for. There is a gap, you can't get it in the Scrum. Everything should be there in your product backlog, and you execute it properly then. Before execution of the Scrum and after, there is a gap.
Yeah, true. Again.
Yeah, and how to fill those gaps, I don't know.
True. That's what we are going to learn.
Like a normal PMP hybrid approach for that.
True. It would be Agile. It would be a bit of lean as well. You can call it hybrid. Okay. But I understand what you are saying. Normally Scrum works good for the development work, for smaller teams, but when we have like technical problems, technical challenges, even without even within execution or the development time, Scrum really doesn't provide us the guidance. if you look on the Scrum guide itself, we provide that Scrum guide as a part of Scrum Master. It is only 14 pages document. That is not enough. That is not comprehensive guidance available to make the right decision even within the execution or the development. There are many things we should be thinking. We should be thinking about, for example, what are the different strategies through which we can accelerate the value delivery, through which we can prove our architecture, or we can develop our working skeleton, or changing stakeholder needs, or many other technical bits. We will be covering them soon. But nevertheless, another issue with Scrum that we face and we believe is Scrum is a very prescriptive method. Recently, they start saying that Scrum is a framework. It is not a method. But nevertheless, either a framework or a method, important thing is it is prescriptive. It is away from that agile core value of individuals and interactions over process and tools. It is still very defined. It asks you to do things in a very particular way instead of giving us choice to adopt our own way of working. You might have different opinion. Just feel free to comment about it. Okay, guys. Now let's move further and see that why discipline agile. And in fact, we will not only learn why discipline agile, we will also see that how it is different from other agile methods. In fact, it is not a method. We will look at it. Since 2001, 20 years, agile is heavily adopted. And we have seen its benefits. We have seen that how it helped the software industry to grow. If you think about the top organizations, who are them? Most of them are from tech industry, either Google or Microsoft or Amazon or eBay, or even if you talk about Tesla, still, again, the core is the software. There are a few other industries, but most of them are from the software industry. That's because we have uncovered better way of working. We use them, we were able to deliver value in a much iterative and incremental manner. But again, the reason was not because we followed a particular structure. The reason was we adopted the agile mindset. However, what happened is after Agile Manifesto, many different methods are developed and proposed by many different alliances or many different agencies or consultants to different companies, to CEOs or CTOs, and basically those methods are sold to them. Okay, and those methods, because like if those methods were not kept prescriptive or predefined, okay, they were tough to solve. Okay, this particular thing resulted in the whole, we call it agile industrial complex. Okay, and this term was firstly coined by one of the software thought leaders who was part of those 17 software thought leaders who developed Agile Manifesto, Martin Fowler. You can always go to his website. I think his website name is also martinfowler.com. Okay, where he talks about that if we really want Agile keep going in the upcoming decades as well, we must challenge this AIC or Agile Industrial Complex, where instead of giving us the freedom, instead of making our life easy, they made us like slave or zombie who follow the methods blindly. Or he also called them like method prison, or you can call it framework jail. Instead of flying like with freedom, we are just following particular methods blindly. Okay, and we must need to challenge it. That's not the only problem we faced in the last 2 decades. Another issue is deliberately these methods, they didn't focus quite a lot on the technical aspects of solution development or product development. Their focus was, as I mentioned previously, was towards roles or ceremonies or structures or artifacts. They are important as well, but one of the key Agile principle was continuous attention to technical excellence. And other issue that we are currently facing, especially for, this comes from the funding. This comes from the team formation end. That is, most of our funding is for projects instead of products or instead of value streams. And because of that, normally we have our teams, we call them project teams. I mean, we gather our teams around a project. Once project is finished, team is gone. Okay, and for next project, maybe we are able to get the same people, maybe we are not able to get the same people. However, the real effective teams, highly performing teams, they develop when they work together for long times. We call them long-standing stable teams or product teams. Okay, so if we can gather our people around products and services instead of projects, it highly depends on the funding nature, then there are strong chances that we will be minimizing a lot of waste of initiation, waste of when we are putting our solutions into the production, etc., etc. And in fact, the discipline Agile that was invented almost like in 2008, but within IBM, and then it was released for the whole wide world later in 2012, if I'm not wrong. The thought leaders of discipline Agile, they were of the same opinion. And the opinion was that we should be providing freedom to our teams because what happened is, if you think about a team in a particular organization, in a tech company where there are like dozens of teams or hundreds of teams working together, the context of that team is always unique because of unique individuals within that team. Okay, and that context count. This context is different each organization is different from an other organization. So we really cannot fit one size for all. One shoe cannot fit for all. So that's why we should have this freedom of choice where we can adopt our way of working as per our context. Not only choose our way of working, but keep on learning, keep on improving, keep on evolving our way of working. That's one thing. Another important thing that Discipline Agile advocate is guided continuous improvement. This concept has come from Deming's Kaizen loop. Okay, we will be talking about it in more depth, but what it says is, it says that your effort of continuous improvement, if it is guided, then there are strong chances that you will be succeed more often and more quickly. Okay, and last point is, it also believes that instead of having teams for projects, we should have teams, or we should form our teams around value streams, okay, or you can say products and services. In upcoming slide, we will be only talking about GCI, guided continuous improvement. We will not be discussing other bits because all those things will be discussed throughout our training. This loop, what is this loop? Zahid.
So basically, it focuses on how we should be performing the continuous improvement. Like we plan in every sprint, and then we execute that, and we study those lessons learned, and in the retro, and this is how we act
True.
in the future.
True. So that's how this loop works. In fact, this loop was proposed by Demings long back than Agile in 1970s. Okay. Demings, Professor Demings, a methodologist, he was hired by Twitter in 1970s. Before that, Japanese products were not considered the best products. Europeans were on top. Americans were considered like high quality product, though highly priced as well. Once Demings joined Twitter, he proposed a system for continuous improvement, and he called it PDCA, or you can call it PDSA. These are the names used by Demings. Okay, plan, do, check, act, or PDSA, and this is a cycle of continuous improvement for each different problem. Whenever there is a problem, how to resolve that problem and how to keep on continuously improved by planning out, by identifying and planning our solutions, implementing those solutions, and then see the effectiveness of those solutions. And then if solution is appropriate, adopt it, otherwise reject it, and share the learnings and keep on doing the loop. In fact, this concept is explained with the help of this workflow. This workflow says whenever a problem comes, identify that problem well using any technique you like. Okay, root cause analysis, or 5 ways, or impact analysis, or any other approach you consider appropriate. Once you identify the problem well, then write a solid problem statement. Okay, this statement need not to be very detailed, but still a solid statement is always helpful. Okay, after that, identify the potential solutions. These solutions could be more than one, and it's good to have like multiple solutions to choose from, and then out of those solutions choose 1 or 2 solutions, try them. That is like pure agile thing. Okay, or you can think of like empirical process. We try the solution, we do the experiment, we learn from those experiments, we check their effectiveness. If it works, we adopt it. If it doesn't work, we abandon it. Okay, and because we are doing it like for small batch of work or small size problems, okay, in a continuous fashion, it means that we are able to learn from our experiment in quick time. Okay, we call it in agile, what we call it failing fast. Okay, failing fast is not a bad thing at all. It really helps us to save our money, to save our resources and energy and time. Okay, we learn from our experiment, and then it's not working, we can always change our direction, we can pivot and can go to somewhere else. We save a lot of time. Instead of failing after 6 months, it's good to fail after 2 weeks. But issue is we really don't want to fail fast again and again. Okay, the people who are paying us, they are not paying us to do experiment and fail. Okay, what they really want us, they want us to succeed. Nevertheless, we succeed or fail, as a last step, we share our learning and we go back. This is Kaizen loop of continuous improvement. However, as I mentioned, our managers, our sponsors and clients, they really want our experiments to be successful. They don't want us to keep on failing. And this thing is possible if we can make better decisions here. When we can choose and try the right solutions. And for that thing, guidance is very important. Again, not prescription, guidance. Okay. If we can choose better solutions, the chances of success is more as compared to chances of failure. If we have a very clear picture for a particular scenario, we are going to adopt this testing strategy because we know that, or our agile coach know this, or our team lead knows this, or we have learned that this particular test strategy is much better in a particular scenario, then chances are that that strategy will be successful. DA says that two approaches could be used. Either you have an experienced coach, agile coach, that have a very good understanding of different methods, different processes, can help you to guide appropriately. But on the other side, we really don't want someone who just did 2 days training or just did basic reading and has become like agile coach or scrum master. We want someone who is experienced, who really don't let us fail. Another approach is, and that where DA comes, is a comprehensive toolkit. Something where you can always go and consult, get the guidance. And this is the toolkit that DA provides, and we call it Disciplined Agile Toolkit. So in other words, when you will be talking about DA, it is not a method, it is not a framework. It is a comprehensive toolkit that helps the teams to become successful more often, and to help the teams become learning teams and agile teams, and help the organizations to become learning and agile organizations. The same fact is shown in this particular picture. We believe in succeeding more often instead of more.
See your slide.
Is it with everyone?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's interesting. It shouldn't be the case. Since when it happened?
It's from
5 minutes.
PDCA.
5-7 minutes.
No, you should stop me in the middle then. Okay, can you see now?
Yeah,
Yes,
perfect.
Oh, wow. Somehow this happened and I didn't realize. Okay, so this particular slide is showing the same thing we talked about. If we have proper guidance, we call it GCI, Guided Continuous Improvement, then chances of failing or failing fast would be much less. This frequency would be much less, and frequency of success would be much more. In fact, a research is done by a doctor, I totally forgot his name. Okay, he researched on around 1,500 different agile teams, and he found out one thing: the teams who adopted from that traditional waterfall mindset, adopted the agile mindset, okay, and adopted a particular method or framework, they spent some time on learning, okay, and after that their effectiveness as a team improved. But if they just keep on using that method as it is, and they didn't improve over the period of time, then their effectiveness basically stalled after some time. However, if they keep on improving, even using a particular any method or any framework, but if they keep on learning and they keep on improving as per their unique context, as per their unique situation, their effectiveness keep on improving. However, if this journey of continuous improvement, this journey of learning is guided, then their effectiveness not only increased, but it increased much faster. That is a concept of GCI that Disciplined Agile believes in. Again, DA really doesn't ask you leave everything you are using Scrum, stop Scrum, start doing Disciplined Agile, you start using Disciplined Agile toolkit. No, they say that, okay, wherever you are at the moment, either you are using Scrum or SAFe or XP or Nexus or XP, or Spotify, any method, you can always consult with the DA toolkit, not only on team level, but also on DevOps level, or even on value stream level, or even for the whole organization level, to become continuously learning teams or learning organizations. Okay, that is what DA says. And here, now we are in a position where we can define Disciplined Agile. Can anyone help me to read this formal definition of Disciplined Agile? Munib? Yeah.
Sure. Should I?
Yeah. Can you read this formal definition?
Yep. Disciplined Agile is an agnostic hybrid that leverages strategies from a variety of sources.
One thing is DA is a toolkit. I believe everyone understand, and it is an agnostic toolkit. It doesn't say that, okay, either use this method or that method. Okay, it works in a very agnostic fashion, not only in terms of methods, but also terminologies as well. And another thing is, it is very hybrid toolkit. When I say hybrid, what they did is, the thought leaders of DA, they did all the they took all the heavy burden of going through all different methods and choosing the right strategies, implementing them, learning from them to develop this comprehensive toolkit. And these methods are, for example, DevOps or XP or Scrum or even Kanban, that is lean. Okay. In fact, DA is more inclined towards lean as compared to agile, or some traditional methods, for example, PMBOK or agile data or agile modeling strategies, etc. Okay, so this toolkit is based on all these different methods. And these are the guys who are basically thought leaders in Disciplined Agile: Scott Embler, Mark Lyons, and Al Shalve. In fact, DA is developed by these two guys at IBM back in 2008. Later, when PMI purchased DA or acquired DA, they also acquired another method. We call it Flex. Okay. This method is about value streams or how to improve your organizations. Later, DA and Flex, they were merged together, especially when we are talking about how to optimize our way of working on the value stream layer. But nevertheless, DA is combination of many different comprehensive, detailed, agile tools and strategies that can help you to choose your way of working. Any question till here? Well, a brief history. Started in 2009 at IBM. At that time, it was only for development teams. DA was only for development teams, but again, with a comprehensive guidance. Later, it is enhanced to DevOps layer, that is more about not only development teams, but IT operations teams as well. However, it was not only development and operations, there were many other things that were involved. That's why we not only call it DevOps, we call it discipline DevOps. We will be covering it in our upcoming sessions. Later, this whole thing is enhanced to DAIT. Nowadays, we call it DA value stream. Okay, that include not only development and operations, but also program management, portfolio management, product management, R&D, sales, marketing, many different bits. That is all about a product life cycle or a service life cycle. In 2017, DA toolkit is further enhanced, and now it included enterprise level as well. How can you make your enterprise and an agile enterprise? Later in 2019, PMI acquired Discipline Agile, and then in 2020, in DA version 5, Flex is integrated into this toolkit. That was already comprehensive, but with the help of Flex, they were able to optimize it further. A brief history of DA. Any question here?
So far, so good, I believe.
Just a question.
Yeah,
So
please.
when PMI, good.
Yeah, please.
I just had a question. So once PMI like acquired this Discipline Agile DA, so did they made any changes in it, or they just acquired it as it is? Have they added something new?
Yeah,
in DA?
what DA does is, DA believes in continuous improvement, continuous evolving. Since PMI acquired, or in fact, since DA was developed, they keep on improving it, and they are improving day by day. I will soon show you, or Suhail will soon show you DA toolkit with the help of an interactive web browser, and that interactive web browser is available for you for free. You just need a PMI account that is free for everyone, and you can get all the latest updates and that browser for free, where you can get all the help required for your working or for your decision making. And they are improving it continuously. They are doing it on many different ends. Not only they are improving the strategies, they are improving the toolkits, they are improving the process goals, they are improving the documentation as well.
Okay, thanks.
And that was why Discipline Agile. I hope you got some idea what Discipline Agile believes in. Obviously, if you have any question, just unmute yourself and ask me. Now, if you're happy with this, let's talk about some DA fundamentals. Discipline Agile toolkit for enterprise agility could be understood with 4 different things. We call it 4 different views. One is DA mindset. Second is DA people, or the rules DA advocate. Again, no prescription. They don't impose any rules on you, but they advocate, okay, if you go for these roles, you have more chances of success. Then DA practices, or in fact, before DA practices, flow. That could be explained with the help of life cycles, not a single life cycle like Scrum or XP, many different life cycles to choose from, or workflows. Okay, not only for solution development teams, but also for IT operations teams, for security teams, for data management groups, or IT support teams, or even for the whole enterprise. Workflows and life cycles are provided by DA so that you can have the proper guidance to improve the agility from team level to the whole organization level. And then on the last point, we can also understand DA with the help of DA practices. In fact, I call them foundational bricks. And these DA practices are explained with the help of process goals. Okay, you can also call them process outcomes, your choice, but these are the process goals that help you to make the right decision on the right time. When you are starting a project or product, what decisions you need to make, or when you are implementing the solution, what decision you need to make, what about transition, what about some ongoing decisions you need to make, etc. Okay, but nevertheless, the DA toolkit is based on these process goals, or you can say it's foundational bricks. We will be covering all of them one by one, but firstly, we will be starting with DA mindset. Any question? Okay, so how much time is passed?
1 hour and 40 minutes.
Okay, sir. So I will be concluding this session because I can understand that it has become a lengthy session. Sorry about that. I will be concluding this session in next 10 minutes. Okay. And I will be covering DA mindset, just one view. And after that, obviously, Suhail Saab, he will be continuing covering all different other views and also senior Scrum Master certification. DA mindset could be explained with the help of three things. The principles, you can think of principles are philosophical underpinnings of DA mindset. And then promises, as a DA or discipline agilists or DA teams, the commitments, the promises we make with each other, we make with our stakeholders, we make with our customers. And the last thing is the guidelines provided by Discipline Agile so that we can become an awesome team. Okay, so these are the three pillars that explain DA mindset. Let's start with DA principles and help me to go through these principles one by one. Can I request Naman?
Yes, delight customers.
Yeah.
Be awesome. Context counts. Be pragmatic. Choice is good. Optimize flow. Organize around product services. Enterprise awareness.
Now, first of all, if you go to PMI's website of Discipline Agile, you will get a detailed documentation for these principles. Okay, you can always go and do your readings. Obviously, it's free. We will be covering them, but bit briefly so that we can finish within time. When we say delight customer, there was an old concept that don't give more than what customer asked. In fact, things have been changed. Now, the new belief is that not only meet customer needs, but also exceed their needs. Again, this concept is different from gold plating, where we use some money to keep on doing the work. Okay, keep on adding unnecessary features. It is providing the customer needs, but also providing those needs in an awesome way. Give them more within the same budget or within the same constraints. Second thing is be awesome. That is about the team. What we really want is we want to be awesome individual and awesome team, a team with whom our customers or other teams within the same organization or other departments, they love to work with us. Awesome teams are those teams who respect each other within the team, respect other teams, understand their context, and they are transparent. They are the one who work in a proactive fashion. They really don't wait for other people to ask for help. They go and help those team members or maybe even other teams. Depends. Context count, we already talked about it. Each individual is unique, and each team consists of those unique individual is also unique. Its context is unique. And when they interact with other teams who are also unique, these are with other departments, this thing result in a complex adaptive system, a web of complex adaptive system within an organization that determines the dynamics of that organization or uniqueness of that organization. So it means the context of that organization is also unique. It means one framework, one method cannot fulfill all the needs. Maybe it is useful in the start for a particular problem, but as our situation evolve, that framework that is fixed, that is prescribed, might not be helpful at all. And then there comes fourth point, be pragmatic. Instead of calling yourself pure agilist, do agile for the sake of effectiveness, for the sake of improvement, not for the sake of just agile. Okay, you should be very pragmatic when you are choosing your agile way of working. And then choice is good. That is, instead of imposing one particular method, if choice of multiple life cycle, multiple workflows are given to you so that you can choose one of them as per your context, and then as your context change, you should have option to go and evolve to next method or next life cycle. These choices should be given to you. That's what DA also provides you. Okay. And then there comes optimized flow. That is, that concept comes from lean. That concept comes from theory of constraints and system level understanding, how to optimize the work, how to optimize the workflow, and how to make that workflow visible. We will talk about it when we will be talking about value streams in one of our modules. Second last point is organize around product and services. Instead of having project teams, try to have long-standing stable teams. That teams could be the teams of cross-functional people who are like organized around value streams or product and services. Enterprise awareness, that's the point, Zishan, you were talking about. Scrum only helps in the implementation. But when we talk about DA life cycles or DA choices, they work in a more enterprise aware manner. How the team will be working closely with the portfolio, with the program management team, with the product management team, and then once solution is developed, how to work in a seamless and pragmatic manner with our IT operations teams, or IT support team, or many other teams which are related with IT or even with the business department. So instead of just working in that close atmosphere of a single team, work more like an enterprise aware manner. That's what DA believes in. And then there comes the promises. Arslan, can you help me to read these promises?
Yeah, sure. So we promise to, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so create psychological safety and embrace diversity. And second point is accelerate value realization, collaborate proactively, make all work and workflow visible, improve predictability, keep workload within capacity, and improve continuously.
Yeah, so these are the promises we make within the team and with other teams. I won't be covering all of them, just covering one of them. For example, the first one, create psychological safety and embrace diversity. When we say psychological safety, especially as a team lead or a manager, it's important for us that we should create an atmosphere where everybody should feel safe. Okay. And when we say psychological safety, it is work it works very closely with the diversity inclusion. In fact, psychological safety has 4 stages, and it starts with inclusion safety. Okay, the safety of inclusion, instead of uh, including the people or hiring the people in your teams based on a particular gender or ethnicity or uh, color or race or religious or political beliefs. It should be more on in a more fair manner, more on competency, more on your needs, and everyone should be included in the team without any fear of all those issues. Okay, diversity issues. That's why previously there was a concept of cultural fit. Uh, that was a very wrong concept. If someone is not culturally fit to our organization, we normally uh, don't hire him or her. Uh, the new mindset is cultural add, okay, instead of cultural fit. If you will add someone with a diverse background, it will be an addition to your culture. You should not be making decision that, okay, if he or she fits in our culture or not. Okay. Uh, and then there comes second stage of psychological safety. We call it learning safety. That is, we should create an environment where people should be given chances to learn, to experiment, to learn from their experiments. And if they fail, they should not be penalized. That is learning safety. And then there comes our third stage, that is contributing safety. That is, everyone should be given a chance to contribute to the success of the team, okay, without any fear of losing the job, or someone is mimicking that person, etc., etc. And the last and the highest stage of psychological safety is questioning. Safety of questioning the status quo, where if someone feels that, okay, there could be better way of working, he or she can challenge that status quo, can question that, okay, why this work is being done in a particular way, and still it's not working. Why not try something else? And again, without any fear of losing the job or losing the for example, the position or any other issues. So that's psychological safety and diversity embracing that we must be doing within our team and our organizations. And then there comes our last bit, some guidelines provided by DA. Yara, would you like to go through these guidelines?
Yes, sure. Validate our learnings, apply design thinking, attend relationships through the value streams, create effective environment that foster joy, change culture by improving the system, create autonomous self-organizing teams, adopt measures to improve outcomes, and leverage and enhance organizational assets.
True. So these are the guidelines. If we follow these guidelines, it will really help us to become an awesome teams, including validating our learnings through retrospectives, applying design thinking. That is more about design thinking is an approach that help us to put ourselves in the in the shoes of our users, where we don't design our solutions as per our mind, but we show empathy. We put ourselves in the environment of our user. We look on their needs, and based on that, we design our solutions. There are multiple stages of design thinking approach. In fact, 6 stages. The first stage is empathy, where we put ourselves in the shoes of our customer. Second stage is where we define the problem. Instead of going directly into the solutions, firstly elaborate and define the problem well. Once problem is defined, then ideate or find the ideas, find the different solution options. Once you find options and identify or prioritize 1 or 2 of them, then next stage is where you develop a prototype of your solution for that problem. And then you test that prototype by showing it to the customers. If the customers, they like it, they confirm it, then you actually go and implement. Again, it is not a step-by-step process. It is very iterative, very agile in nature. Similarly, attending relationships through the value streams. Value stream might be managed by or might be serviced by one team, might be serviced by multiple teams. In any case, you must be attending the relationships between the teams or within the team, okay, so that your work and workflow should be optimized. Create effective environment that foster the joy. You really want to keep the top talent with you. You really don't want to leave the talent in your organization, because that's the biggest loss. Change culture by improving the system. You cannot change the culture by trying to change the people. You can only do it by improving the systems. That's the system that is root cause of most of the issues. That's not the people who are the root cause of the problems or hurdles to the change. Create semi-autonomous self-organizing teams. That is more about trust and verify. The DA teams, they are not fully autonomous, they are semi-autonomous because they work within a context. They work with other teams, they work with the program managers, portfolio managers. It shouldn't be the case that, okay, Agile teams or Scrum teams say that, okay, we are self-organizing, we are autonomous, we really don't like governance or milestones, etc., because we are self-managed teams. In fact, you will be governed. Important thing is you should be governed in a good way. Okay, you are not fully autonomous. You work in an environment within the constraint of an organization. And then another advice is adopt measures to improve outcomes. Here we are talking about performance measurements, metrics for the team performance, or program performance or portfolio performance. Always choose those measures or metrics that help you to improve your outcomes instead of just showing that everyone is busy. Okay, so choosing the right metrics is very important, and this is one of the module of senior Scrum Master, because it's your responsibility to help the teams to choose the right metrics. And last but not the least is leverage and enhance your organizational assets. Very tough to improve your current organizational assets, technical assets. But if you can use them and can enhance them, can improve them by providing the feedback, that's the best thing you do. That's the best way of reducing the technical debts by improving and using your current organizational assets. New solutions, not a problem. Okay, but the best thing is if you have already existing solutions and you can use them to resolve a problem or serve a customer, that's the fantastic thing. That's one view of understanding DA. We call it DA mindset. There are three other views we will be covering on the way, but here I'm stopping, and I think it's time for break. But before break, you guys please have any question, just feel free to ask.
Okay, so just requiring one clarification, Faiz. We are going good so far. All these principles that you have explained, promises, principles, and guidelines. So these will be much discussed in the later modules, or we have the documentation available where we can, quick read is available where we can study that.
Yeah, we will be covering many other concepts. We will not be covering DA mindset again. That's number one.
Right.
However, very detailed documentation is available on PMI's website. Just go on it. On left side, you will find out DA website link. You will go there. Everything is available. A lot of comprehensive information about the mindset is provided there. In fact, for everything, for either it's a development or operations or the whole organization, everything is supported with DA mindset. Okay, so it means that they will come again and again, but in a different way.
Right. Thank you. And how long the break is?
Yeah, so
Sir, I suppose 10 minutes would be okay or not?
yeah, personally 10 minutes are okay for me. Once we will be back, it will be Suhail who will be taking the lead. Okay, and in meanwhile, I will be available too.
Wonderful.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's have a break right now for 10 minutes.
Yep. Yep. And you can share the slides if you want.
Sure.
I think just one student is missing. But nevertheless.
I hope the slides are visible.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I'll take on from where he left.
Yep. Cool. Thank you.
Most welcome, sir. Okay, so we are talking about teams. We have got 6 different life cycles we can use here. First is an agile life cycle. Agile life cycle is a traditional life cycle as you have been using in any agile method. This is dependent on a team working on a specific project. This is for a simple project. For all it matters. It does not integrate very well into the whole organizational flow, which we later call the value stream or all that. So this is not exactly further. So independent project, which could be done that way. If there is no linkage or minimal linkage with the organization, and we just have to fulfill the agile requirements, probably we go for this method. Then, as you understand, agile is normally very much married to lean nowadays. Kanban, lean, and all this is applied all the time. So in lean, what we do is a slightly different method than the agile, but although this is again for independent projects, this is not again tied up with the whole organization in the way the continuous delivery methods are going to be. In lean, we are more focused not on speed or flexibility, but our emphasis is on minimizing the waste, or limiting the work in progress. So the style of working might be slightly different, because in agile we are working in iterations, and for every iteration we pick a certain number of activities and take it into the iteration, and then we do it. But in lean, this is not how it is done. We have everything in the product backlog. We define a limit to the work in progress. Say your team decides that we will not handle more than 3 tasks at a time. So they will pick 3 tasks and start doing them. And as soon as any one of those tasks is completed, they will pull the next highest priority task and start doing it without waiting for some iteration to finish. So this is going to be a continuous flow going on. And this is a rather better method, because in this method, we are consistently keeping the flow. Then if we are not really very certain what we are getting into, we would like to go for an exploratory cycle. This is experimental kind of a system in which we don't know much about what is going to happen to us later. So we explore, and based on the results of the initial iteration or iterations, we develop further planning. So we do not have a very fixated release plan even in an exploratory cycle. Then we have got a continuous delivery cycles for agile and lean. And in continuous delivery cycle, we are very well clued up with the organizational system. The team is not abandoned after the project is completed, but this is a kind of a continuously available team which keeps doing the work and delivering it to operations, and the requirements are coming back from operations, and this work continues. So this is kind of a DevOps environment in which we are going to be working. And there we have got 2 options. One is an agile continuous delivery cycle and a lean continuous delivery cycle. Last but not the least is the program life cycle. And this is, as you all might have known, what we call scaled agile. Program is about scaled agile, where a number of teams are working simultaneously, and they are to be organized in a scaled agile manner. I hope you understand what I mean by scaled agile. Number of teams are working. We have got separate team leads, and those team leads are coordinating their work through a senior team lead, maybe at a program level, or maybe it can go up to the portfolio level as well. But basically it is called a program life cycle. So these are the 6 life cycles we are going to be talking about. Let's have a look at the Agile life cycle first. So this is, as I said, this is extending Scrum to the enterprise, right? And as you all have already, most of you are already certified in various certifications of Agile and Scrum. So it should not be a surprise to you. What we are doing here in an Agile life cycle is that we are having the vision and funding coming from the portfolio management. We are having the product management and the enterprise architecture providing us the roadmaps and the guidance. Initial modeling, planning and organization is being done based on the vision and funding and the roadmap and guidelines. This is the basis on which we are doing all this. Now, the actual work starts. We collect the initial requirements and develop a release plan. That is exactly what you do in your Scrum cycle, in an Agile life cycle. You collect the initial requirements, put them into the work item list, which is otherwise known to you as a product backlog. Work item list is the product backlog in which you are putting all your requirements in form of work items or user stories, right? And they are not only been refined, but they are also being prioritized. I hope you understand what is meant by refinement and what is meant by prioritization. Anyone having any doubt on that? Refinement and prioritization. Yes, anyone can explain that?
Yeah. During the sprint, you can refine your product backlog item for the next iteration and prioritize them. So the continuous cycles continues. Like when you when you are in the current sprint, you refine items for the next sprint. So the team should be focused for the next sprint too. And the high priority task should be so that the work item should be prioritized accordingly. Yes.
Okay, let me put in another word. Refinement, prioritization, and grooming. How do you differentiate between these 3 terms?
Refinement and grooming is, I think, same. And
okay.
Yes.
Let me explain. Okay. You see, when you collect requirements, initial requirements from the customer in form of user stories, those user stories are basically unrefined initially, because customer does not know how big a user story should be, how much functionality should be put into a user story. So they put in their desires, and those desires might be cumbersome at times. Some user stories might be very lengthy. Maybe that is even greater than the size of your perceived iteration, right? So such like unrefined user stories have to be refined. That is the purpose. Breaking down long stories are, you also call them epics. Breaking down unrefined user stories are epics into classical user story size, right? So that would be refinement. Then you prioritize them. Highest value items on top. That is prioritization. Grooming does only happen when you come back for next iteration. When you come back for next iteration, you have got new requirements which are lying there unrefined. You refine them, you put them in the prioritization log, and then you groom them. Like, you groom a hedge, right? So grooming means putting the things at the right place. Prioritization you have done. Now you adjust them accordingly, as if we can move on to the next iteration, and when we can pick the next bunch of tasks from there, user stories from there. So whenever we start an iteration, the highest priority work items naturally taken out from the top of the list are taken up, and those items which the team has selected, actually, this is the decision of the team. Nobody can force the team that you should do this much work. It is self-organizing team, and is a decision of team to decide how much they want to do. And they will pick certain number of activities, and they will commit to that, and the product owner will allow them. But the commitment is basically made by the team. So once that is allowed to them, they bring it to the iteration backlog, and then they start, planning it, dividing it, estimating the activities and all that, dividing it into tasks, and then, those tasks are estimated and planned, and then they start doing it. And while they are doing this iteration, the daily, what you usually are in habit of calling the daily scrum or a stand-up meeting, here it is called daily coordination meeting, right? So what happens is, once you have done the job of the iteration, whatever user stories have been completed, they are to be demonstrated to the stakeholder. That would be a sprint review. In sprint review, you demonstrate it, and here you decide, you get the feedback from the customer, first of all. Some items are accepted, some are not accepted. And those items which you could not complete, and those who could not be accepted, go back to the product backlog or work items. And second thing you do after this is you are doing the retrospect of this sprint. Naturally, as Dr. Faiz said, way of working is to be decided by us. We are not going to go exactly according to the Agile principles. We are being very flexible here, and even if we feel that if there needs to be 2 retrospectives in one iteration, we can accommodate that. So all these decisions are to be made by the team and only by the team themselves. Anyways, whatever the decisions are according to that, you will then readjust your way of working based on the retrospective or the feedback you have received, and the consumable solution is delivered to the IT operations. It is released, this solution is released on naturally the release date, and a release date may be coming after a number of iterations. So whatever has been accepted keeps lying until the release date, and it is shipped to the customer on that release date, right? So release solution to the production, and then IT takes over and the support comes into action. If there is any change request, that comes back from IT operations to the work items. But I personally feel that there is a difference in Agile and a traditional project. Classically, we should not be having any change requests in an Agile life cycle. But here, why do we have an Agile life cycle? Because we are linking it to the IT operations. IT operations may be having some other requirement. I'm not saying that the same team is going to take on that new task, but if at all the same team is going to make some adjustment, this won't be called a change request. IT operations is a stakeholder, and any stakeholder can add anything to the work item. So take it in that sense. So change request is not a very good term to be used here. Anyways, whole of this thing has been divided into 3 parts. These are the phases of Agile life cycle. Inception, where all of this was happening, initial requirements were being established and all that, and there were certain milestones. Stakeholder vision has to be established by the end of inception, right? And when we actually move into our iterations, we start doing our iterations, the very first thing we need after the construction phase has started is the proven architecture. This is the milestone. The proven architecture should be there, meaning what? Your release plan and how the things are going to go, that should be there. And then consistently throughout the construction phase, we will be delivering. So continued viability, we have to keep checking that, and at the end of it, the sufficient functionality is to be delivered again. Sufficient functionality comes at the end of the construction. Now is the third phase, which is not usually considered as agile. In agile projects, we are not really much dealing with the transition part. Transition part is very important here because we have to deliver this solution and hand it over to the IT operations. So this is called transition phase. And in this transition phase, we can have one or more short iterations which would be dedicated for the work of transition. And ultimately, by the end of the transition, we should be production ready. And ultimately, the ultimate goal, ultimate milestone we have to reach is a delighted stakeholder. So this is a very brief explanation of the agile life cycle. Any questions on that? There are certain changes from your traditional approach of agile as compared to this agile life cycle given by disciplined agile. I hope there might be certain questions. Yes, please.
I got one question.
Yes, please.
Likewise, you said that there might be a couple of iterations for the transition phase. Yeah. What about the inception phase?
Inception phase, we have not yet got the work item or the product backlog. So we can't have iterations, but we have to do the release planning. Yes, of course. We do the release planning. We do the work item grooming and all that, prioritization. And naturally the team is involved here. And that is usually called sprint zero. In our normal agile, we call it sprint zero, where we do the initial planning.
If I'm working on the preparation of product backlog, like if I integrate design thinking with this process, like for design thinking, I get the customer-centric information from them, and putting it to this for the execution, I putting it to the construction phase. Can I do it like this?
Why not? Because you see, a product backlog is continuously being groomed. We are not cut off from the product backlog or work item while we are doing the iteration. After every iteration, we are coming back to the work items. You are using design thinking, you are using anything. Changes are open. Customer or any stakeholder can suggest any change anytime. There is no barrier to that. So we are continuously connected with that.
Okay, thank you.
Most welcome. Anyone else? So here in the next slide, you can very clearly see in these the milestones we need to have, and what are these milestones? First of all, stakeholder vision is the first milestone. What does it show? Do stakeholders agree with your strategy? If they don't, then probably you should not be going ahead from inception. Stakeholders must be on the same page. There must be a transparency and understanding, a consensus with the stakeholders. Proven architecture is the next milestone, and that means, can you actually build this? So before you can start construction, in the very initial phase, initial stages of this construction, you will have to prove the architecture, and you should be confident that this can be done, right? The whole thing can be done. Only then people will have confidence to move ahead with their iterations. Continued viability, you understand that the business case on which our agile project is based may be viable when this business case was created, but when we started the project, we checked that business case, whether we should take it on or not. And now again, once we have proven the architecture, that further elaborates that this is doable. Now, during the construction phase, because a lot many changes are coming, at any time during construction, your project may go not viable, not feasible. So you must have an eye and keep looking at it, whether your project remains viable continuously. As soon as your project is no more viable, the business case is no more, applicable, such a project should be terminated. We should not live with a mistake. But at the same time, I am also saying that we are accommodating all kinds of changes, but naturally, it is not only the customer for whom the project is being done. Your organization is doing it naturally for some strategic reasons. If those strategic reasons are challenged, or for that matter, the funding of this project is no more available, then how can you continue? So you have to keep an eye continuously on the viability of the project, and these are various milestones happening during the construction. And by the end of construction, you should be able to provide sufficient functionality. That's the milestone. And it asks the question, does it make sense to release the current solution? Whatever we have done, is it shippable? Will it be accepted by the end user? And when we say we are product ready at the end of transition, we are actually asking, will the solution work in production? We are handing it over to IT production or whomsoever, and those people, can they use it? And ultimately, the last milestone here is delighted stakeholders. Are stakeholders happy with the deployed solution? Only after that, your team is released. Only when you have, exceeded the stakeholder limits, you have delighted the stakeholder or the customer. That is what your agile cycle is. Okay, moving on. Disciplined agile delivery process goals. Let us have a look at that. Just like agile, let me see if there are design. Okay, just like agile, I would like you to refer to the book PMI has freely made available to you, and you can also download it from Logical LO Choice platform. You must have been given access. You can download way of working, the WOW book you must download, and also the material which is provided alongside, the slides and all that, they will contain everything. Actually, the details of all these life cycles and all is part of the DASSM course. But here we only introduce these life cycles. So like Agile, we have got a lean life cycle, an exploratory life cycle, and all that. And after having studied those life cycles, you can move on to the disciplined agile delivery process goals. Now, these are various process goals, and if we look at it from the life cycle of the agile, you can see inception, where get the team going in the right direction. We have got certain things to do. Similarly, in construction, we have to incrementally build a consumable solution. So we are actually making the iterations work. And transition. So what all are the jobs we need to be doing during these phases? As far as the inception is concerned, I will be very brief. We have to form the team, right? We have to form the team. And naturally, when I'm talking about forming the team, it includes, a team should be appropriate for the work. Team should be self-organizing. You are going to delegate the work to them. It is not going to be an autocratic environment. So the development of this team has its own, specialties. Then align with the enterprise direction. I said your organization might have their own strategic objectives. So it is not only the customer we are doing the project for, it is also for alignment with the strategic objective. You are aligning with the enterprise direction. Also, business value, which brings to the organization, and so many other things. So this alignment has to be checked. Then you explore scope, identify architecture strategy, plan the releases. That is the release plan, it is to be developed. How are you going to be incrementally delivering the solution, or shipping the solution, or releasing the solution to the customer? And then you develop your test strategy. How are your construction is being tested? Every iteration, how would that be tested? You have to have a definition of done, you have to have an acceptance criteria. All of those things are planned here. Develop common vision is really very important, because as I said, with your stakeholders, with your team members, and all those who are involved, all the stakeholders, they all have to be on the same page. You have to develop a consensus, a common vision. Everybody should not be looking at the project from their own perspective, targeting different directions. We have to bring them all on one page, on one vision, and that is developing a common vision, not only for the team, but also for all the stakeholders. And then we have to secure the funding. This all is happening while we are doing inception phase. Then in construction phase, we, as we said, we prove the architecture, and we do it as early as possible. We can't delay the architecture, because until and unless the architecture is proven, we are talking in air. Whatever we are doing, whatever iterations we are going through, they are not, we are ourselves not really sure about whether it will work or not. So we have to have a comfort level gained right in the beginning of construction phase, and that is prove architecture early. Address changing stakeholder needs. Naturally, we do understand we have kept the door open for change. Stakeholders are going to come up with new requirements, so we have to address that as well. And naturally, throughout the construction phase, whenever the iterations are happening, we are always going back to the product backlog or the work item list, and we are refining it, we are prioritizing, reprioritizing it, and we are grooming it. Thus, addressing this point, addressing changing stakeholder needs, and then we produce a potentially consumable solution. While we are doing it, we are also delivering something is being accepted after every iteration, and those things are supposed to be consumable solutions, right? We talk about the MVPs and MBIs. Improve quality. Continuous improvement is a very important item in Agile, because the beauty of Agile is that while we are able to be flexible and be able to work fast, we are not sacrificing on quality. Rather, we are enhancing and improving the quality continuously. That is something which in traditional project management, when we try to work faster, we lose quality. Here, we enhance and improve quality. That is the beauty of Agile. Accelerate value delivery. Naturally, we are faster, so we are accelerating the value delivery. We are just by doing work in increments, we are able to deliver continuously. We not only continuously, but sustainably and fast. While in transition, we have to do two things: ensure the production readiness. Are we ready to go into production? And then deploy the solution. And that is the time where the stakeholder should be delighted. In addition to these requirements, you can count them. There are 8 in inception, 5 in construction, and 2 in transition. Then there are certain 6 processes which are required throughout the life cycle of the Agile project. And that is, you have formed the team, you have to grow these team members. You have to, continuously evolve your way of working. It is not necessary the way of working which you selected right in the beginning is you're not supposed to be following it throughout. With every iteration, whatever lessons you learn, whatever retrospective teaches you, you may change your way of working. So this can happen on a continuous basis. You keep evolving your way of working. Then we coordinate activities which we have designed, leverage and enhance existing infrastructure, address risks throughout the project, and govern delivery team. So 8 plus 5, 13 plus 2, 15 and 6, 21. There are 21 process goals for disciplined Agile, and they are applicable to all the cycles. Now these 21 process goals are further described, as Dr. Faiz also told us. Each process goal is rich with a lot of information. For example, how a process goal works. So when we go to the DA browser, that shows us each one of these 21 processes. Rather, the number of processes have now increased. But for your exam purposes, there are only 21. So the additional few processes which are added to it, they are not right now applicable to you. But naturally, you must understand that the processes have been added. So what do we have here? We have got a certain process goal, and then we have got certain decision points in that process goal. And for every decision point, there could either be an ordered list provided to you or an unordered list provided. Ordered list will always have an arrow shown like this. I hope you can see this. This arrowhead you can see. If there is an arrowhead like this is called an ordered list of options. So whatever options for this decision point are written here, it is preferable to go for the top option, because that is most likely, most applicable to you. And then the next one, then the next one. But you naturally have to choose not all, but one or two of them. So whichever you choose, the first priority generally from ordered list is the one on the top. But then we have got certain other options in between with a bold and italic writing. What does that mean? That bold and italic means that these are the good starting points. These are the most common way of addressing this problem, right? So if the option in ordered list, the top option is not commonly known to you, you better go for the good starting point, which is shown in bold. So if I were you, I would go for, if I do not understand the first option, or it is not in practice in my organization, I would rather go for the top bold italic one, which is a good starting point. But then naturally, because it's an ordered list, naturally the higher value goes to the upper bold italic statement, and then the next, and so on and so forth. We could have an unordered list which does not have an arrow, like in the earlier case. If we do not have an arrow, that means all the options are equal in size and priority. You could choose any one of them. But again, even in this list, if you have certain bold italic items written, they could be a good starting point, right? So I hope I am able to explain the goal diagram mechanism here. I will show you a goal diagram as well, as if you can literally see how does it look like. This is a goal diagram. Goal diagram is secure funding. And if you remember, it was, where was it? Here it is, secure funding. The last one in inception. So when we explode this secure funding, we have 3 decision points: choose the funding strategy, choose the funding scope, and access the funds. Incidentally, all of these three are ordered lists. So in these ordered lists, let's take on the first one, choose funding strategy. I've got on top charge by feature, right? So this is the best option which should be chosen. But what if this cannot be selected because we don't know how to use it, or we do not have much confidence in it, or it is not really very applicable in our circumstance? So in that case, although this is highest preferred, but I may skip it, I may go for the next option, cost plus. Well, this is also not in practice in my organization. Then maybe this bold italic can help me, like time and material and stage gate. These are two options which are good starting points. But we could also have a fixed price, oblique cost ranged or exact. These options could be also be available. But what is the best option? Top one. And what are the good starting points? The bold italic ones. Same is applicable to choosing funding scope. So what if I asked you, Noman, what would you do if I asked you for choosing funding scope? So out of these options, which option are you going to select and why? Yes, Noman? Are you there, Noman? Can you guys hear me? Munib?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Anyone wants to answer? What would you do in choosing funding scope? Actually, once you choose these decision points, these goals are selected and you accordingly select your decision, you are actually making your decision for way of working. This is how I am going to secure the funding. This is how I'm going to do this. So for every project and every situation, there could be a new way of working evolving out of it. No two projects are going to be similar. Yes, please. Zaid Mushtaq sir, what do you say about choosing funding scope? What are you going to do?
In this particular scenario, there might be different options as are mentioned here. So I would like to go for if it depends, if it is really the project is of greater importance, then I will go for project team. Otherwise, the product team definitely will be the right choice.
Okay, you have selected right from the bottom. Why? You must have some reason. I would agree to that. But as it is an ordered list and it says the best way of doing this is a value stream. Why are you not picking that? You must give me a reason for that. Why not value stream?
As I have just explained, I had made from a product company, so Rasool. So probably coming back with a project mindset and being into the project management since last 10 years. So so that's why I have preferred that if it is a project, then I will prefer to go with a project team because project will have its own set goals.
Okay.
So that's the major reason.
Right. You are exactly right, but you have to look at it from this angle. Why not value stream? Because that is the best option. I should go with that. But because in my organization, we work on independent agile projects. We do not work in DevOps environment. So value stream may not be currently required for me. Although I would very much love my organization to be, practicing value stream, and only then we can apply that, but not now. right? This is your reason. Why
Right.
not the next item? Why not the next item? Line of business. Again, you must have some reason to defy that. And
Yeah, on the same lines,
exactly,
since we have got the set pattern of business and set
exactly.
market in which we are performing and implementing our product. So that's why
Right.
I really made the comparison between product team and project team.
Exactly. Now comes to the product. Now, product is a good starting point, and it's a long-lived team. No, you are actually, if you are doing work in a product team which is long-lived, you are already on your path towards value stream. You are already on
Right.
your path towards that. So this would be a very good option. Your selection would be appreciated. But if you are unable, you're not working in that kind of environment, then the last opinion would be, okay, I can do it with project team. But for your case, I would strongly suggest that your answer would be, your choice should be the product long-lived team. I hope that is understood.
Right.
Okay, someone else, please help me. In the last excess funds, who is going to help me on that? Zishan sir?
Yes, sir.
Very simple. Again, an order.
Yes. There must be some funding reserved for the project or product that you are doing, for the company, enterprise level. So you should go for IT funding pooling first.
That is a preferable. Do you have an IT funding pool working in your organization in the circumstance you are working?
Yeah, because if you focus on a strategic base, IT is one part of the strategy.
Right.
They reserve amount for that.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, and
so if
there must be.
That is the best option. That is the best option. If that is applicable to your situation, that is the best option. Generally, people don't have that kind of environment, so they may fall back to the informal request. And the worst option could be a formal request, because that would take a lot of time. You have requested and the processing takes 3 months, and then that is a very lengthy process. At least we should have an informal request system where we have already agreed in the plan when I need this funding, and when I put enough informal request, you release it. Why do you put me into a long cycle? But if IT funding pool is available, then the funding comes automatically to you. You don't
But
even.
I think it's totally depending on the organization you are working.
Exactly.
Like if you are working in a bank, you have to go for the formal request.
Of course, but still the mechanisms can be tailored. It is not something written on stone. Even in banks, things can move. As far as the compliances are concerned, I fully agree with you. Anything which is a compliance requirement, I am not saying we don't do that. We definitely should do that. Those documentations are necessary, and we will abide by that. That is included in my definition of done. Right?
Yes.
The user acceptance criteria may not demand certain documentation, but my organizational requirement, you are in a bank, there is a requirement of form has to be filled, that has to be filled. But again, you have to consider, can it be reduced? Aren't we doing a lot of documentation? Can we do some minimal documentation, minimum compliance requirement? So that is something to be considered. And again, I would say from situation to situation, from project to project, from team to team, the decision is going to be different, and every team will have a different way of working at different instances in the life of the project. You will keep changing your way of working. Number two, this decision you are taking right now is not your decision. This is always going to be the team consensus, team decision. You are not deciding anything. Team is deciding, right? It is not an autocratic environment. I hope you understand this point.
Yes.
Okay.
So just have a supplementary question here. When we are saying, the team is making the decisions. So normally, in the normal project management, the project manager is involved definitely with the smaller pool of SMEs and other supporting team members
Right.
since at the time of project charter definition even. But here, can we assume safely that all the team is formulated upfront?
Almost, but what is more important here to consider is the way of working, right? For example, servant leadership. Do you use it in your traditional way of working? Do you use it or not? Can you use it?
It can be.
It can
Yes.
be, right? That was my point. In traditional project, although we always prefer autocratic way of working, but if we can somehow use other mechanisms and like servant leadership, probably we can perform better. But that is an option with you, and we mostly do not use it. But once you talk about Agile has married itself to the servant leadership, delegation model, and all this. Agile cannot work without it. Agile cannot work without it. You have to delegate work to the people. You have to trust people. You have to give them empowerment. You have to serve them as a leader, and so on and so forth. These things are mandatory if you have selected Agile.
Right.
But because we are right now talking between Agile and traditional, so it might very much be possible that your organization is not fully Agile, is not fully traditional. We are somewhere in between. So we have to decide our way of working. A disciplined Agile actually works in that prohibited area, in between Agile and hybrid. But I would say it is rather more inclined towards Agile, but this is not pure Agile. It defies a lot many rules of Agile, disciplined Agile, and it makes things much more easier to use, comfortable for the people who are doing it or who are getting the things done. Both ways, this is going to be much more comfortable. Gee, any questions? Am I clear on that? Right. Now, once you have selected a goal, you're also on your disciplined Agile browser, you are also provided certain options, description of those certain options, like the options were charge by feature, cost plus this. The description is provided of each of the options. And also in front of it, it provides you the trade-off. If you don't do it, you will have to suffer this much. That thing will happen to you. What is a trade-off? What you can, if you don't do this, what else can you do? Now I will just show you the actual DA browser here, as if you can have a feel of it. Let me just share that with you. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Can you see it?
Yes.
I am on the PMI website, DA browser, and this is the latest version, DA 5.3. Can you see this here? Okay. Now,
Yes.
here on the left-hand side, under DA 5.3, it says disciplined agile delivery, then inception, then all the processes of inception, then construction, all the goals of construction, transition, and ongoing. Naturally, this includes additional points. They are not 21, there are 24 goals here. But we only concern ourselves with the list I have provided you. We only talk about those 21. So let us say this was a secure funding one, which I had explained to you earlier, right? Let's look at, say, develop common vision. Develop common vision is a very long diagram, right? What do we have here? We have got vision, strategy. These are all the decision points. Vision, strategy, capture the vision, level of detail of vision, level of agreement, formality of vision, communicate the vision. If you come up in vision strategy, what all tools can you use? You can collaborate. You can be collaborative. You can be stakeholder driven. You can be sponsor driven. You can be team driven. And it is an ordered list. The best one is collaborative, and collaborative is also a good starting point. So more emphasis, if you can be, you should be collaborative. That's it. For vision strategy, you should be collaborative. But if you can't, then probably you can choose any other of the options, but come down in an ordered manner. If you can't do collaborative, then try your best to do stakeholder driven. If that is not possible, then sponsor driven, otherwise team driven. But if it is, all of these options here are ordered lists. If there was not an ordered list, then I could have chosen anything. For example, if capture the vision did not have this arrow here, it was not an ordered list, then what does it mean? All the points listed here are of equal value. I can pick any one of them. But if I can pick the bold italic, like expected outcome or the vision statement, that would be a good starting point, right? I hope this is very well understood. And not only that, just look down here. Underneath, if I can say level of agreement. So there are three options: general agreement, consensus, and dictated. Here it is explained. General agreement, most but not all stakeholders agree with the vision. Consensus means all stakeholders and the delivery team agree on the vision. Dictated, the delivery team is not consulted about the value of the vision or if it is achievable. You understand? You can clearly understand each one of the options before making that option. Okay, what is the trade-off? General agreement, the trade-off is it is usually easier to obtain general agreement than consensus. Some people may not be happy with the vision, but still this is the best approach. If you select consensus, it may be time consuming or even impossible to get consensus from all stakeholders. Second point is consensus-based decision making tends to lead to poor quality decisions. And similarly, in dictated, you have got certain. So everything is available in this browser, and you can choose your way of working at every instance of the project. At any point of the project, you could keep changing it, and that is beautiful. We are not saying that this is how Agile works, and this is exactly what you are going to follow. No, sir. In the way while you have select, when you started the project, you started with an Agile life cycle. Later on, you realize that the circumstances we are in, if we shift to lean Agile, that would be better to us. You can even change the life cycle right in the middle of the project and replan things accordingly. So that is the beauty of discipline Agile, which doesn't happen in any other kind of Agile, any kind of Scrum. This is unique in that aspect. Any comments on that?
That's really a unique and the beauty of discipline Agile. So I was just assuming all my situation that sometimes in a project, I want to like shift into another framework, or I want to like use hybrid approaches. But still I am like limited in Scrum or that XP, because since start I have been like using Scrum and all those ceremonies and all those stuff, so I cannot like shift into it. So discipline Agile, that's really like powerful thing, and we can like tailor it anytime, any phase. So
Anywhere.
it will be like really helpful.
Exactly.
But I think there will be some of the concerns as well. Some other like Scrum people, they will be saying, no, you are like tailoring all those things, how you can like do this stuff, because Scrum is like really strict on all those things. Although they say this is a framework, we are not prescribing it, but as
Okay.
per you and Faiz, they are like really prescribing all those things, that you
Right.
need to follow this and the timeline should be this. Although I am also not like willing to follow that exact timeline,
Agreed.
because sometimes team can work and sometimes teams cannot work. Like it depends on the project we are doing.
You see, one thing is very, very clear here. The disciplined agile is based on the premise that agile is flexible. If agile is flexible, then why so strict regulations about agile?
Exactly.
That is the point. That is why disciplined agile has made itself completely agile, completely flexible, right? And secondly, it doesn't say anywhere that this is agile. This could be hybrid. This could be any kind of hybrid, very close to agile or a little farther off. But this could be this. You could apply full safe methodology here, completely under the umbrella of disciplined agile. You could use Scrum here. You could use Crystal here. You could use anything, extreme programming. Everything is possible within disciplined agile. So no other method provides you this flexibility. G, are we okay with it?
Yeah. Thank you for the explanation. Exactly. I think it will take some time for the society to adopt as well this thing, because everyone is like used to all those perspective things and like what other frameworks are like saying. So it will, I think, take little time, but it's like really powerful if we will be like implementing these things in our project, because
Exactly.
this is like really a need. I personally myself like felt that I need to do something hybrid and these things, but agile coaches, I am in link with like lot of agile coaches. They are like really strict. No, we cannot like tailor these things. Just follow the Scrum and these things, you will get the value. But I am not getting the value. So hopefully with discipline agile, we can like get a good value in our projects.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a journey from, purist to doing some abstract art kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. But you see, agile is getting old. Now we have to, be even more agile than agile.
Yeah, you have to be agile.
Evolution, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we talked about two life cycles so far, the agile life cycle and the lean life cycle. And the only difference between the agile and lean was that lean has a capability of pulling the work from the backlog as it chooses. And chooses why? Chooses based on minimizing the waste. That is, work in progress must be limited. So it decides that this is the total amount of work I can handle at any one time. My team can handle not more than this much work. So they will not pick any more work when they are full. And as soon as one of the activities is done, another activity is taken up. And that's how the thing goes. It doesn't go in traditional iterations. But it is exactly the same. The life cycle is also the same. Inception and construction and transition, exactly the same. Now, let us move on to the continuous delivery. Now, continuous delivery, we have got again agile life cycle and also the lean life cycle. In agile life cycle, what is happening here is we are practically speaking, we are now going to be living in a DevOps environment, in a value stream situation. The internal mechanism is all same. The iterations are happening and, high priority work backlogs is created and all that is same. But here, the thing which is important is because we are continuously going to get a feed from the operations, therefore IT operation is sending back the change request, and this is a loop. This is a loop. This is, and you see, we are not having any any life cycle of
Inception.
Inception or transition.
No transition, because things are continuously shifting here. So only construction, and our our milestones are just reduced to 3 things: sufficient functionality, production ready, and delighted stakeholder. That's about all. And now, because this team is going to be living longer, it is not going to be done after the agile project is done. As in the case of normal agile life cycle, the project was done, team was done. Here the team lives on and work continues. It is like a operational environment married up into the agile environment. So development and operations are working in a metaverse kind of a thing. So this is the major point here, that here we have got only one phase, and that is construction. Transition is not the responsibility of the agile project. It could be in the responsibility of IT operation itself. Similarly, in lean life cycle, here again we have got exactly the same kind of environment. You see, after every demonstration, no, you see, in lean we will not have iterations, right? Remember that. And because we will not have iterations, therefore our demonstration will come later. So whenever our daily work is analyzed, the demonstration of whatever has been completed is demonstrated, and based on the feedback, new features might be added to the backlog, right? Similarly, IT operation, because this is a normal lean life cycle. This is not value delivery. So therefore, it has inception, it has construction, and it has transition. When we talk about the continuous delivery lean life cycle, we will only have the construction here. So right now, this is exactly the replica of the agile life cycle, except for there is no backlog, and then on daily basis we are delivering whatever we have produced. And what is happening, we are evolving our WOW, we are demonstrating, and based on that, new features are being added, and we are having the regular coordination meetings. This daily meeting is a regular coordination meeting. And ultimately, once these things are done, the release is given to the production. And that is where the transition starts. So life cycle is inception, construction, and transition. Exactly same items. In inception, we will have a stakeholder vision, proven architecture, everything is same. But in lean life cycle, continuous delivery, we are in a DevOps environment, right? And naturally, here the IT operation is tied up with this, whatever the backlog is being created. So IT operation is adding things to that, and we continuously keep delivering, and they continuously keep adding things, and the cycle goes on and on. Therefore, we are only in construction, and we are only concerned about the 3 milestones of construction, right? I hope that is pretty clear. Exploratory cycle, as I had explained to you earlier, exploratory cycle is used when things are not clear, completely not clear. I have no idea. So we have the initial idea, we envision that, create a hypothesis around that, and based on that hypothesis, we create a small little sample or something in a miniature vision. And once we build that, this minimum viable product is deployed to see if it works. And we observe it, and if it doesn't work, we go back. And we again, build another hypothesis or build something else. And we keep doing that until it starts working. And if it works, the idea is proven and it goes into production. Otherwise, if it is disapproved, ideas are dropped. And similarly, we keep going back to to the envisioning process. This is exploratory. Program lifecycle is where we have got more than one team. Like, right, you can see here, team 1, team 2, team 3, n number of teams are there. Every team has got their own team lead, their own product owner, and there is a mechanism at the program level or even the portfolio level where they are getting their direction and all that, right? So this is how the change request is coming from, again, from iteration, IT operations, and the teams are working and they're doing the parallel development, and their work is being integrated and tested and then released. So each team is not delivering directly to the IT operation. This is under the control of the program manager, and he would organize the integrated testing of the whole thing, and then the production will be released to the IT operation. In this, we have got inception and construction. As far as the transition is concerned, that is not part of the program lifecycle. Right. So here are some questions for you. What do you say? Does disciplined agile support multiple life cycles? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody agrees?
Yes, yes.
Good. Okay. Disciplined agile addresses all possible roles that will occur in an organization. Yes or no?
Yes.
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 Sure?
Yes.
Yes, most of them. Most of
them means no.
No. Yeah, there can be a new role as well later on, but like most of
Disciplined
them are.
agile is not supposed to interact with everyone, but we had shown you certain roles with which it can interact. So it doesn't interact with everyone all the time. Okay, teams should choose a life cycle appropriate for the context. Yeah or no? Nay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, ji. Here comes the DA landscape. In DA landscape, this is a big picture in which we will show you what all is included here. But the interesting part is, whatever we are learning, whatever we are doing, as far as the discipline Agile Scrum Master role is concerned, that is all encapsulated in this one DAD. This you can see, Disciplined Agile Delivery. So DASSM role is all encapsulated in DAD. He doesn't work outside of that. But your role as a disciplined Agile Senior Scrum Master would involve you to interact with the DevOps operations team, security and data management and release management, support and IT operations. So you are senior to the Disciplined Agile Scrum Master. Disciplined Agile Scrum Master works only within DAD, but you work outside of DAD and within the DevOps, disciplined DevOps. And not only you may have to interact with the disciplined DevOps, various, what do you call them? Blades. They are called blades. All these hexagonal structures you can see here, they are called blades, right? Blade, why do we call it blade? Because like in computer servers, we have got replaceable, blades, server blades. We can increase the functionality of the server by just plugging in a new blade or a new circuit board or a motherboard. So these are kind of blades in disciplined agile. They enhance the landscape of disciplined agile, and we can start with a DAD, but we can keep adding other blades, and we can continuously get our organizations even more mature. So this is just tip of the iceberg. Disciplined agile delivery is just tip of the iceberg. As a disciplined agile senior scrum master, you will have to interact with all the blades of DevOps, discipline DevOps, and maybe with the disciplined Agile enterprise also. Like with some coordination might be made with the portfolio manager, product manager, program manager, and sometimes even with the sales, business operations, strategy, governance, many things may be interacting. But you are not actually be talking at the level of the top level, enterprise level. You are not going to go that level. So we are right now, what I have told you, your role is discipline DevOps, and DASSM role was only one blade, discipline agile delivery. So you must know more than a DASSM. So whatever we are going to be teaching you is going to be more than what a discipline agile Scrum Master knows. And there is a lot of soft skills in it, a lot of soft skills in it, a lot of interesting material in it, which we will be covering. Because it is more of coordination, more of communication, and interpersonal skills, and so on and so forth. So probably this gives you a very fair picture where we stand. And if you look down, okay, here it shows the foundation, which you have already studied. There were certain, no, this is not even a blade we are discussing here. We are discussing at the bottom. These are the foundations. You remember, we just talked about the principles of disciplined agile, the promises of disciplined agile. We talked about the guidelines. We talked about the life cycles, agile, lean, serial, and then the roles and teams and way of working. This all is the basic knowledge required by a disciplined agile Scrum Master. You also need to have all this knowledge, and you must read your book of way of working, disciplined agile way of working, and must consult, as I said, the slides and material given from your Hello Choice website. That is very interesting and very important and sufficient for you to pass the exam. And there are 6 exams also given on PM training website, which also you have got the access. And I tell you that is sufficient. Although these are not the same questions that are going to come in the exam, but after you have done those 6 exams, you will definitely be able to pass the exam. Definitely, because you would have sufficient knowledge. Okay, ji. Disciplined DevOps, how does it work? What are the different kinds of connectivities which are there? Let's talk about it. These are the critical views combined in here. You see, where are we? We are disciplined agile delivery, right? Now, disciplined agile delivery gives the consumable solution to release management. And where was release management? Just look at it. Where is release management?
The value stream box beside data management.
Right. Here is the release management, right? Okay. Let's see. How does disciplined agile delivery interact with operational intelligence? Operational intelligence is provided to disciplined agile from IT operations, right? And on the other hand, the consumable solution you have given to release planning is gives out the potential value to IT operations. So this is all interlinked. And basically, you are going to be master of this interlinking. You know, how to deal with that data management, what to give, what to take from data management, what to ensure from the security, everything. So just look at this diagram very closely, and you would know what are the different linkages you have with different. The direct linkages, if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Some things are coming, some things are going. This is your disciplined agile delivery. As I said before, disciplined agile Scrum Master cannot do this communication. Is not allowed to do this communication. He doesn't interact with all these people. He just manages the team and the work. But a senior Scrum Master, Disciplined Agile senior Scrum Master, is he advises us DASSM, and he also interacts with all these things. And naturally, this would be more appropriate when you are working in a DevOps environment. Naturally, only in DevOps environment. Otherwise, all your work can be done within the DAD. Then this is the modern DA Flex lifecycle, modern approach, which has just been released. What does it say? This is based on the minimum business increment and all that. So what we are doing is, okay, customer, internal and external, they have a need. We strategize it through the strategy blade. Strategy measures and initiatives are come to the portfolio management, and from there, funded initiatives. The flow of vision is given to the product management. Product management describes the minimum business increment MBIs, and they are given to the program manager management if it is multiple team work or otherwise to the disciplined agile delivery. They give out the consumable solution to the release management and ultimately to the IT operations, which ultimately gives the potential value to the value realization to the organization, right? And this value is ultimately delivered to the customer, right? And in between, governance blade, enterprise architecture, security, data management, support, continuous improvement, this all is part of it. So this is you can say this is something more than DevOps. DA Flex is a life cycle which is even beyond DevOps. Is an enterprise level thing in which we have got even strategy and other things involved in it. So this is something you also need to know. Okay, this brings me to the end of this initial introductory session, which extended very long. We started at 9 and it is 12:30. I can start on the remaining sessions after a break. But before I can take the break, if you have any questions you want to ask, feel free to ask any questions. Yes, please. Are you guys okay with it? Are you okay? Are you getting anything?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So far, so good.
So far, very, very nice, very nice. Okay, if everything is okay, we can have a 10-minute break, and then I can start with the next module. And now we are going to dive head first into Disciplined Agile Senior Scrum Master, right? So we, after introduction, we'll start the 6 modules of DASSM. Let's have a break. Take care.
Thank you.
Right, sir, I'm back. Are you guys there?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, it's a very small lesson, but we'll discuss things as they come by. Just 31 slides here, so don't worry, it won't take much time. But yes, we will be discussing it. This is your first lesson, that is team development for high performance teams. Those of you who have just done PMP in this 2021, they might have seen that even PMP exam starts, the first lesson starts with a similar title, highly effective teams, right? So yes, this is discipline Agile, and here we are talking about the senior Scrum Master responsibilities. A lot of communication and a lot of coordination within the team. So we are concerned about a high performance team, how to develop it. So in this lesson, we are having these things on agenda: understanding the team development. What are the 3 issues of team performance? What are the 4 stages of team development? The forming, storming, norming, and performing, and decision-making methods for teams. And this will help you as a DASSM be aware of the characteristics and challenges involved during the stages of group development. Now, this is important because we do not teach this to DASM. Although DASM may also benefit from it, but you as a DASSM have more of a role of communication, coordination, not only within the team, but outside of it also. This way, you can properly address any conflicts that may arise and learn how to grow the team overall. So a perfect team growth without any autocracy, a transparent system, fully delegated, self-organized, and disciplined team. So these are the 4 stages: forming, storming, norming, and performing. I am sure you have already heard about it. Have you? What do you call them? What is this model called? Anyone who can help me that? What is this team development model called? Anyone here to help me? Yara?
Yes.
What is this team development model called? Have you heard about it? Forming, storming,
Yes.
forming.
In Agile and also PMB. But I can't remember what does it call.
It's not exactly for Agile, or it is applicable anywhere, right? This is called Tuckman model. Tuckman model.
Yes, related to organizing a new team.
Exactly. How to make the team, how to develop the team and all that. So this is all inclusive in it. Let's watch this little video. Tell me if you can hear the sound properly.
No, we can't.
No, we can't.
Let me fix that. Let me fix that. A moment. Okay, I got it. Just give me a moment to fix that. Tell me now. Could you hear it?
Yes, but
No,
not
sir.
clear.
Not clear? Okay, let me try a bit better.
Unfortunately, I can't hear it at all.
Not at all.
Yep.
I think Sultan, you need to share the screen with the, sound option on. I think you are playing it from speaker, so nobody can hear it well.
Okay, okay. Okay, actually, I have got an outside mic attached, and this is going to be difficult for me to replace it with some other mechanism. So what I do is, okay, let me do one more thing. I'm sorry for the delay. I'm just about to fix it. Okay, what you can do is, these videos are available in your Allo choice, right? So you can see, you can listen to them from there. Do you have available this thing available right now? Allo choice is accessible to you.
Yeah.
So
Actually, I haven't got the email as well and pointed it out in response to my email, the invitation email as well. So, anyways, I believe you are on mute. We can't hear you, Suhail.
Hello.
Yes, Numan.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, at last.
Yes, we can.
I am extremely sorry for all that. Let me share it again and we can continue from where we have left. Actually, I have configured my computer in a very different way, and I have an external mic attached and it was having some conflict with that. Share.
Back in 1960.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
5. A psychologist named Bruce Tuckman observed that teams go through 5 stages: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. Tuckman didn't just have a knack for rhyming, although that does make his model.
Probably poor internet. Right, this only solution here is that you
to remember. Understanding and supporting the team through each phase can be vital to helping it become a high-functioning team. Initially, the team is introduced. Everyone is polite, pleasant, even eager. This is the forming stage, when most team members are excited to start something new and get to know the others. Then, of course, reality sets in. During the storming phase, the weight of the task at hand sinks in. The initial excitement and the need to be polite wear off. Soon enough, people start to notice and appreciate each other's strengths. This is the norming stage, when the group starts to settle into a groove. Everyone is contributing and working as a cohesive unit. Eventually, the new team's members are confident and familiar enough with the project and their team that they can operate without supervision. This is the performing stage, when everyone on the team is on the same page and driving full speed ahead toward the final goal. In 1977, Tuckman added a 5th stage, adjourning. Sadly, not a perfect rhyme. This phase is sometimes known as mourning because the team members have grown close and feel a loss now that the experience is over. The point of having a team is to work together. Understanding how teams develop and supporting that development is key to helping your team mature into the high-performing team it should be.
Thanks God, we did that. Okay, did you get something out of it?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. So this was the crux of it, and this is very interesting, the way they have made this small little video. And I would strongly recommend that whenever you can have access to these videos, please download them. They are very interesting, very, very short, very small, and very, very nice. So you should better be looking at them. 2 minutes or 1 to 2 minutes, nothing more than that. Okay, what are the 3 issues with the teams? First of all, content. What is this team supposed to be doing? What is the work this team is going to be doing? Naturally, once we put together the team should be able to do the work which is supposed to be done by them. Then is the process, how the team works towards the objective. This is what is the mechanism they use, how they actually do it. So this is the process they have to design. First, they must know, they must be capable of what the work is. And then they must organize the work in a way that they can reach the objectives in the best possible manner. And lastly, feelings, how team members relate to one another. Actually, once a team works together, they develop feelings. They have got, loyalties, they have got relations established. And this is very, very important, what kind of relationship. If people are not properly related, properly linked together, then it is not good. So a good team, a cohesive team would have developed some feelings. So in a DM mindset, if you look at the principles, what applies for this specific thing is be awesome. As a team, you must be awesome. So what does it include? You must have respect with each other. You must be able to work together. You must learn and share your working. That is the most important thing. Why are we so adamant to hide from our team members what we are doing? Whatever we are doing, this is a teamwork. And therefore, this is no personal work, and we don't have to, keep something secret from anyone. For that matter, I would say even beyond the team, we do not need to hide anything unnecessarily. If there is a non-disclosure agreement that we can't share it with the stakeholder or the customer, that is one other thing. Otherwise, I won't even go for that. I would rather say there should be a complete transparency in the system, especially when we are going agile. And while we are working together, we must be at our best. That is the only recipe for being awesome. So out of the many principles given here, be awesome is what we are relating to in this stage. As far as the promises are concerned, there are 3 promises which apply to us as a team. We should be working collaboratively, and we should collaborate proactively, right? Collaborate, yes, naturally we have to collaborate when we are working in a team, but we have to be proactive about it. We have to think before anything happens. We should not be reactive in nature. So we should be friendly, number one thing. We should be able to openly discuss and collaborate with each other and think about whatever is possibilities are there, what is going to happen to us. Make all work and workflow visible. That is what I call transparency. Don't hide anything from anyone. Just make it public. Just make it common knowledge. Everybody should know what is happening, at least within the team. And while you do that, we improve continuously. As a team, we grow. And our performance must be better than the yesterday. So every time we move ahead, we learn something new. And the interesting part about learning, we already said that we learn and share. So we learn and we make sure that all others also have learned the same lesson and they can all benefit from it. And thus, as a team, we improve continuously. So this could be internal and external collaboration. Team must be open. There must be very good governance, always learning and improving processes. This is how we fulfill these 3 promises, which apply to us right now. Then, as far as the guidelines are concerned, which applies to us is create effective environment that foster joy. Very important. We should bring the team into such a nice environment where they feel happy about it, where they feel comfortable about it, where they feel safe about it. So provide good environment right from the beginning. Enable to improve over time. Naturally, we are continuously improving. So our environment will also be improved. We will enable this environment. We will make it even better. And that would be a joy to work with. Joyful when work well together. We'll be happy when we are producing results, when we are doing things right. So this we related to the respective principles, promises, and guidelines. I hope this could be very clear. This you can see in the book Choose Your Wow, chapter 2. Please download that book also. That book has a lot of material to read, right? Especially as a DSM knowledge, you must go through some of the things from there. First 3-4 chapters you must go through, definitely. Okay, Tuckman's 4 stages of team development, as we just discussed: forming, storming, norming, and performing. And in forming, what we do is we have uncertainty about roles. We are just put together, we are just formed as a team, and we are not really sure what our role will be. We are trying to get acquainted with each other, and our goals are not also very clear. Now, what is the role of DASSM while the team is being formed? So he is the person, just look at the previous, we said, just a moment. Okay, I just missed it, where it is. Yeah. Create effective environment that fosters joy. So who will create that? You are going to create that atmosphere of acceptance. So this is your job, and this is what forming does. So people are, very cordial in the beginning. How are you? Who are you? What do you do? That kind of thing. So they are trying to acquaint themselves. But once they settle down, as in the video it was said, we enter into storming stage. So in just a moment, what I'm doing. Okay, in storming phase, what do we do? People start struggling with each other. They start kind of conflicts do arise. Disagreements in priorities are there. They struggle for leadership. I know this thing better. I will lead this thing or something. And there are certain tensions. Now, this is natural. This will always happen when you assemble a team. The team will have certain kinds of conflicts. But as a DSM, this is your responsibility to reduce this time of storming as much as possible. They should quickly adjust to the situation. So demonstrate coaching and conflict management. You should use these skills to reduce the time of storming as much as possible. So this is your responsibility as far as storming is concerned. So in storming, the content team members become resistant to task demands. Team members deny the task and look for reasons not to do it. This is when we are storming. People are not collaborative. People are not helpful. They are fighting with each other. So during the process, people are finding reasons not to do something. And the feelings are here not really very comfortable. People still feel uncertain. They try to express their individuality. Concerns arise from team hierarchy. So this is what is happening in storming. Just a moment, give me a break for just a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm sorry for some disruption outside. Anyways, so what do we do here? Disciplined agile and working agreements, they are established. You see, when a team is formed, basically, as I said, they don't know nothing about each other. And then when they are in conflict, they are storming, then probably they are trying to make their space. They want to be heard and things like that. This is the time when there must be some kind of working agreement established. What we can do, what we cannot do, what is within the capability, what we should, limits we should not exceed. So these rules should be established within the team. These are the rules specifically developed for this specific team. How the internal working of the organization, of the team would happen. So this is your internal working agreement, which must be created. And not only that, for internal working, you also must establish your external working agreement, how your team is going to interact with others. Again, about this, choosing your way of working, all the 24 chapters of evolved way of working talk about this, right? But naturally, I'm not going to tell you to read everything, but naturally, if you can, as much as you can, you will be benefited. So this is when you are storming, and during storming, you must have established this working agreement. And this working agreement is also called team charter. Some people call it team charter, and those who are PMP, they might be aware of it. It is not the project charter, it is a team charter. Team charter is a working agreement amongst the team members, how we are going to work together. Then comes the norming phase. Just a moment. Okay, yes. Norming phase. Norming is when we have established the working agreement and we understand our limits and boundaries, and now we are ready to work within that, meaning we have understood each other, and now we have normalized. This is a time where there can be open discussions around the team challenges. We can now constructively talk about the work, and in process, the team sets up the procedures to deal with the task. So now we are being productive. We are actually planning. And the feeling here is team members ignore individual differences and become more accepting. So just due to establishing that team agreement internally and externally, we are now comfortable. We are safe. We feel safe. And your normal activity here would be coaching. As a DASSM, you must be coaching. Then performing. Okay, remember, when a team has been formed, stormed, and normed, only then it should be put to the work of performing. They should not start performing straight away. You must give time to your team to properly go through the first 3 stages as if they can perform at the optimum efficiency and effectiveness level. So here they have the successful performance, they have complete openness and transparency, and they are extremely helpful only because we have gone through the previous 3 phases, we have understood each other, we have normalized, and we are now ready to perform. And here, as a team lead, your role is to support them. Actually, the most difficult role that DASSM had was during storming, when there was a lot of conflict management. I'm not saying that conflicts will not arise during performance, but because we have already a team charter, our team agreement in place, therefore, they are now easily resolvable. Conflicts may still arise, but during performance, you are going to have a pretty much smooth ride. In performing, people are allocated efficiently, processes are in place to ensure objectives are accomplished. Team can solve problems, actually they are executing, actually they are working. And the feelings, what are the feelings? Members share a common focus. This is very important, not only for your members, we have already said that there should be a common understanding with all the stakeholders as well. But right now we are talking about team. So all the members of the team must have a common focus. They must be able to communicate well and become more efficient. Continuous improvement is a target. We should keep improving our cohesion as if we can perform even better. If necessary, use challenging activities that motivate the team. Now, to motivate the team, you could do a lot many things. Let us start a little bit of discussion on that. What do you think? How can you, what kind of activities can you get involved to motivate your team? Everyone must give one opinion.
Knowledge transfer sessions.
Okay, very good. Discussion sessions in which you transfer some knowledge, right? What else?
Plan some team building activities.
Wonderful, wonderful. Of course, this is going to help. What else?
Acknowledging them their efforts for their efforts.
Yes, of course.
We should not do micromanagement.
That is anyways out of question. Micromanagement, there is no space for micromanagement in Agile. Not at all. Nobody can do micromanagement. Organize some activities outside of the team, outside of the office. Have them invited on some lunch or picnic or something. You must create cohesion amongst the team. They would be able to perform even better. So there could be any number of ways you can do it. And I think you are the best judge. What you need to do in your environment. That's why I asked you, what do you think? How can you improve your performance? How can you keep the people motivated? Now there are some pop quizzes for you. Okay. I'm sorry. Right. So Hall Lawnmower team will develop a new revolutionary AI, artificial intelligence lawnmower. They have been together for 4 months. At this stage, the product owner feels comfortable requesting last-minute changes from a receptive and highly effective, efficient development team. When does that happen? Forming, storming, norming, or performing?
Forming, of course.
Okay. Performing. After a while in this stage, the QA team needs to confront the development team because the development team has not listened to the QA team's request to submit user stories for testing. When is it happening?
Storming.
Are you sure about it?
Norming.
Norming. Read the question again. After a while in this stage, link it with the previous question. After a while in this stage, QA team needs to confront the development team because the development team has not listened to the QA team's request to submit user stories for testing.
May I?
Norming, which is after storming.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is storming.
Very tricky question.
Yes, tricky question.
Yeah, it's storming.
Exactly. Because you see, the quality team is a separate team. They did not have any cohesion with you. You had your team storming going on and you are performing, but you still need to storm with the other team. At this stage, the team lead schedules an activity for the entire team to get to know each other better. What are they doing?
Forming.
Wonderful, wonderful. At this stage, the team members have not had any confrontations in last 2 weeks. Team members have begun listening to the QA analyst and deadlines are starting to be met.
Norming.
Performing.
Norming.
Performing.
Norming.
Norming, sir.
Norming. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Very, very nice. Okay. Once you understand that, I would also like you to take on the knowledge check. After this this class, you can take the knowledge check, and they have got many questions on all these aspects, and you would be amazed how can you go wrong in reading those questions. Although this is a very simple thing of forming, storming, norming. What is the problem? Where can I go wrong? But still, the questions can be a little bit tricky. So I will give you some time for the knowledge check, and you can attempt those questions. Now, coming over to team decision making. How does a team, agile team, make decisions? These are the various methods. Now, they may look like very childish methods, but they are very effective mechanisms. What do you say? How comfortable are you with these methods? Anyone who can describe what is simple voting? Yes, please.
It's pretty simple, just raising hands.
That's
how we count who is in support of the decision and who is against it. That's how we know, and we can make a decision.
Right. This is naturally simple voting. We all understand that. Have you used thumbs up, down, and sideways thing?
Yep.
Up means?
Up means that that person with that thumb is in support of the decision. Down means they are against it. And sideways means, okay, they are 50-50. They might be interested in discussion to decide further.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Then Highsmith came up with a decision spectrum. You know, we have 1 to 5 rating, from 1 to 5, 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest, something like that. So this we usually use in the questionnaires. This is also a very good way of doing it, but I would rather use it when I have a large team to question for. Maybe I have to ask 100 people their opinion. Probably then I'll be using this. If there are 10 people only in front of me, then simple voting, a thumbs up, down, or for that matter, fist of 5 can help. Fist of 5 is even better than Highsmith decision for small teams. And fist of 5 is you just, like, 1 to 5. 1 finger for 1, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers, and 5 fingers. Now, different people use it in a different manner. First manner could be that 1 finger means that I support it to the 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, or 5 point. Some people take it in reverse. They say that if there are all the 5 hands, 5 fingers, that means I support it to the minimum. You are reversing the question, actually. You are reversing the question whether we should do it or not. So anyways, whatever is the norm you are using, you can use this fist of 5 and you can make the decision. And these are instantaneous decisions. I just ask you raise the hand. I would know how many people are in favor. But what is the problem with voting, simple voting? I will have, say, I give you an option of yes or no. I will have some people in yes and some people in no, right? So some people will be in majority and some will be not in majority. So if I take up the majority decision, what about the people who did not agree? I did not put in an effort to establish the consensus. I need to have consensus. So simple voting, if done simply, it won't help. Probably I would have to, do some exercise after voting and tell them that they should give the reason why people have voted more on yes and less on no. So when you ask those reasons in front of everybody and those reasons are given, people vote will sway. You can again ask them to raise hands and you will see previously there were 6 people in favor. Now there are 8 people in favor. So now is the responsibility of these 8 people to convince those 2 people to shift their vote. Best way within the team is the consensus. But if the consensus cannot be met, then probably we can agree to disagree, like that kind of thing. The 2 people who are not agreeing, they would agree to abide by the decision of the 8, right? So this is how the decision making should be done within the team. It should not be forced. Decisions should not be forced on team, like micromanagement somebody was saying. So that is not advisable. Okay, Jim Highsmith decision spectrum misses the opportunity for decision refinement. Is it true or false?
False.
Okay. Right. Fist of 5 allows participants to show their degree of agreement, allowing them to display and speak to their concerns, if any.
True.
True.
Okay. Right. Then comes team development and you. Think about your answers to these questions. What are they? What are the 2 points that stood out for you in whole of this lesson? Yes, please. Starting with Moinuddin. What are the 2 points stood out to you in this lesson?
I would say demonstrate coaching and conflict management. These 2 points, are the most critical, skills one should have in team.
Okay. Who else? Munib?
Well, that's pretty normal, sir. So I would say nothing really stood out.
Okay. You already knew all that, huh? Okay. Yep. Arslan. Okay, Arslan, you answer the next question. What's one point that's still puzzling that you need to dive deeper into out of this whole thing?
You mean like regarding all those 4 techniques which we
Yes,
have like discussed?
Exactly. Anything which is confusing you or puzzling you didn't understand?
I think everything was clear.
Everything
But I think there can be like another technique as well, other than these 4. Like a lot of techniques are there. Depending on the team and
yes,
the
of
culture,
course.
we can like introduce another technique.
Of course. Actually, yes, there are many methods, many techniques, but for decision making, these are the 4 basic methods. There could be any number of methods. Like, there is a dot voting method. There is a lot many methods. Okay.
Yes.
And as far as the 4 stages of the Stuckman model was concerned, there is actually a 5th model also, which was given in the video, and that was adjourning. Adjourning means the team has done its job, they are disassembled. Team is broken down. That is adjourning, and they also call it mourning. Okay.
Exactly.
What's the? Yes, please.
No, yeah, I was, just endorsing to this adjourning thing.
Okay, great. What's one idea that if implemented will help your team? Now, think out of the box. and see how you manage your teams. And after having learned this, what is one idea which you think can help your team? What you will go back and do with your team after learning this?
Planning something for team outside the office.
Of course.
That will help. Yep.
Yes, that is very good. We should give them some opportunity to interact outside of the office space. That is very important. And that is very motivating. And especially if you can get the family gatherings, that would even be better. If you invite someone, the whole team to your house, that will even be better. On a picnic, you see, don't make it a daily routine, but once a week or once a month, these kind of activities actually serve to make your team even better, stronger. Right. So congratulations on completing the first module. This was quite simple. You already knew most of the things. So I really didn't teach you anything new. Next module, we'll have a break. I don't know what time is it at your places. What do you want to do? When do you want to have a lunch break? It all depends upon you. Okay, meanwhile, we have got a new participant. I didn't see him before, Osman Abdul Qadir. Osman, can you please introduce yourself? And when did you join?
Hi, hi everyone. My name is Osman Abdul Qadir. I'm working as a senior project manager.
Wonderful.
I'm working. Yes. I'm working in Nahdi Medical.
Okay.
Yes.
And when did you join?
I just now joined.
Just now joined. Okay, then you missed a lot. Actually, for since 9 o'clock, about 4.5 hours lectures you have missed. But we are recording everything, and I can share with you later on. So don't worry. But after this break, we are going to go and start lesson number 2, right? So please be available for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm once again asking, if it is a lunchtime for most of you, we can have a lunch break. If not, we can do it half an hour later. What is your suggestion?
We can do half an hour later, I think.
Yes, I prefer half an hour later.
Okay. So what I'll do is, I'll give you about 5 minutes break to start my next session, right? And then we can have lunch break whenever we are ready. So thank you. Let's have a little break and we'll get back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm back with the next lesson. Who all are present? Yes, is everybody present?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm present.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Right. So we start with the next lesson. This is slightly more technical than the previous one. Previous one was so simple. This is tactical scaling in complex situations. Now, once we talk about tactical scaling, there are various dimensions we look at, and this is also required for establishing your wow. So the agenda here would be the enterprise agility. What is enterprise agility or organizational agility? How functional areas can leverage agile and lean practices. Strategic scaling versus tactical scaling. So there are two types of scaling. How do you scale your project or whatever work you are doing? Strategically and tactically. And then we focus on the tactical scaling factors. How scaling factors impact process goals. Naturally, if there is more complexity, once you are making decisions about the process goals, you have to accordingly decide. So as a DASSM, you should be aware of the various aspects of your team's context, whatever the context is, whatever the scaling level is, strategic point of view, tactical point of view, all of this must be at the back of your mind. You can add any issues or challenges proactively and apply the DA toolkit to more complex team situations. In this way, you can continuously tailor your strategies and evolve your way of working. Okay, first of all, let us talk about what does organizational or enterprise agility really mean. It is not only the matter of conducting an agile project. At enterprise level or organizational level, in those organizations where they are well aware about agile, agility is not only in projects, agility creeps into the organizational structure, organizational mechanism, all the way of working of the organization becomes agile. So if you have many agile development teams working, then this might be a recipe for maturity towards organizational agility or enterprise agility. If your organization is very forward-looking, is a fast-paced organization, probably they can mature earlier and better. Adopting agile throughout all function areas, not only in your project, but in your normal daily life within different departments and functional and operational work. If you are somehow adopting the agile principles, then that could also lead to organizational agility. Enterprise agility is a timely realization of business value. Now, why does it talk about business value when it is mentioning agility, enterprise level? What does the agility have to do with the business value? Can someone guide me through?
You have to be, you should adopt to change.
You should adopt to change, right?
Yeah, like you should realize the value and situation. Based on that, you make decision.
That means your way of working will improve, and ultimately you will be more effective and efficient, thus causing increase in your business value. That is the ultimate target. That's why we do everything in an organization, for the enhancement of the business value. So if you are agile, you would be able to do things better, thus causing business value to increase. So you will be more predictable, you will be more sustainable, and you would be able to produce high quality outputs. Very normal. And when we say predictable, why are we predictable? Because we are working in very small iterations and we are planning for very small iterations only. And therefore, we can predict what we are going to achieve by the end of this. We are not going to be predictable for the whole project. We don't want to be. We just want to be predictable in short term. And naturally, our predictions are pretty much true. There is not much different going to result. And because we are able to produce consistently whatever we have been producing earlier, we are consistently producing same output or even better. So that's how we become sustainable. And as far as the high quality is concerned, in each of our iterations, we are sure of ensuring the quality of whatever we are doing. Quality of whatever we are doing. It is included in our acceptance criteria. So everything which passes through is of high quality, and that's it. It's the ability of an organization to rapidly adapt to the market and environmental changes in productive and cost-effective ways. This is another way of putting it. This is the ability of the organization. Then enterprise agility focuses on value realized by having stakeholder identified, prioritize, sequence the work. Now I'm talking about the product backlog. Stakeholder engagement, identification of stakeholder, getting him involved in the process of story writing, product backlog prioritization, sequencing of work, and allocate it appropriate to the product and service teams. So everything is clear, transparent. Stakeholders know what is happening and how it is happening, and they have participated in it. And therefore, this is a recipe for a complete enterprise agility. Everybody is on board. It is also known as business agility or organizational agility, as I have been referring to. So you may call it by any name: enterprise agility, business agility, or organizational agility. Why is it important? As we said, business value, yes, of course. And we do understand it enables the realization of highest value. Why? Because we have a product backlog with the highest value item on top, and therefore we can give out highest value in shortest period of time. Earliest the better. And then because we can do that, we are predictable and we are sustainable, and we can also give you the high quality. So by working in small delivery increments, we are continuously adjusting to what is needed. We are completely flexible. Our product backlog is continuously having changes and new items added to it. So we are adjusting to changes all the time. After every iteration, we go back and we accept whatever is there in the product backlog, enabling the organization to change direction at low cost. I hope this is self-explanatory, need not talk more about it. What makes the enterprise agile? Multiple agile development teams. Yes, we did talk about it, but you see, that is not always the recipe for enterprise agility. We need to have a mindset, the agile mindset. It is not that you have got 10 agile development teams, therefore your organization is agile. Sorry, that is not enough. Have the mindset been transferred? Have the people have adopted the make sense of this agility? Operational areas contribute to enterprise agility. Well, that is something has been adopted by operational areas. They have seen the work of agile teams and have been impressed by that, and they have taken up certain agile techniques and they are using it. That is more contributing towards the enterprise agility. Definitely, agile teams are definitely introducing the concept of enterprise agility, but that is not what the enterprise agility stands for. For example, agile marketing could be happening in your organization. Rolls out campaigns to evaluate the results, quickly adjust the campaign or the offerings themselves. Probably whether we are agile or not, we are trying to do these kinds of things all the time in all walks of life, in all departments. We are always adjusting to the change. We are reacting to the customer response and so on. So we may go agile in a way that we are rolling out whatever we are doing, not in a one go, but in small increments. We can do it in any kind of project, in any kind of organization. And we can be flexible to the feedbacks coming on, and we can adjust our plan accordingly. Technical complexity. Okay, whether it is traditional project management or it is agile, everywhere we do have a concept of rolling wave planning, and there is another similar term which I hope you will tell me. What is the other term related to this type of concept? Yes, anyone?
Spike?
Not really. Look at it from the angle of traditional project management.
Incremental planning?
Progressive elaboration.
Progressive elaboration.
Yeah, progress.
Progressive elaboration. Now, what is the difference between progressive elaboration and rolling wave planning? Although they are the similar concept, due to uncertainty, we say that whatever we knew, we planned for it, but whatever we did not know, when we would know it, we would then plan it. So we arbitrarily plan things which we don't have much information about, but at the same time, when those information become available, then that plan would be declared complete. Till then, that time, we are not complete, right? If the same concept is at the strategic level, then the whole project, we have a plan for the whole project, and certain areas are to be developed later. We call it progressive elaboration. But at the bottom level, at the tactical level, at the level of the activity and work packages and tasks, that is the level where rolling wave planning do apply. That is, I am not able to plan our package because certain details are missing, and I would plan it when those details become available. That would be a rolling wave planning. But here, it did not differentiate between the progressive elaboration and rolling wave planning. It just gave the definition of the rolling wave planning. Near-term work is planned in detail, and work further in the future is planned at a higher level, right? So, if you ask me, I would rather go with the definition of progressive elaboration at the strategic level and rolling wave planning at the bottom level, at the tactical level. But in Agile, it doesn't really matter much because most of the planning is rolling wave. Example could be an Agile finance where it has an annual long-term budget, but current expenditures are approached with more detail. No, we have an overall estimate how annually we are going to spend our budget, but whatever is to be spent immediately in the next month, that is going to be planned in detail. So we are doing the rolling wave planning. Okay, enterprise agility is also referred to as rapid operations. Is it? Yes, please.
No.
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 Okay, you are correct. Operations business area like marketing or finance may use rolling wave planning to function more rapidly. Can they?
Marketing, yes, but finance, probably no.
No.
We have just given you an example of finance. Should I go back? Here, Agile finance is example in front of you. Rolling wave planning.
Yes.
So, yes, we can do it. Okay. Looking at it from this perspective, DA mindset supports enterprise agility and tactical scaling. I'll talk about tactical scaling, but let's first see enterprise agility point of view, what all in principles go with it. It says context counts. Whatever is the context of your situation, your project, that matters, and your way of working would be tailored according to that. Secondly, enterprise awareness. If organization is aware, then it would like to get mature. So these are the two principles on which we will work for this, from the DA mindset for supporting enterprise agility and tactical scaling. So we have unique people, teams and organizations. for every project, situation is different, right? So tailor process structures to situation, enterprise awareness for enterprise agility, and support organizations' needs and goals, optimize the whole. So situation to situation, the things will be different. So whatever is the situation, whatever is the context, you have to tailor around it. That is what Agile is. As far as the promises are concerned, accelerate value realization and improve continuously. These are two promises which are fulfilled in enterprise agility. Naturally, if you are agile at enterprise level, naturally, your whole of your organization is going to improve continuously. And as far as the business value is concerned, you are going to accelerate value realization. Key to enterprise agility is small, high value items. If you have prioritized things at organizational level, then you are taking benefit of this. Reusable assets and collaboration, process tailoring, small changes and experimentation, this all is done through here. If you look at guidelines, what supports us? Create semi-autonomous self-organizing teams. Now, what does that mean? Semi-autonomous self-organizing teams. Self-organizing team, we were okay with it. But what is a semi-autonomous? And why do we have to use this term here? Anyone who can help me with that?
Yeah, of course, we don't want to give them complete autonomy. They need some sort of check and balance, a little bit of guidance. But yeah, sure, we want to give them autonomy to some extent. So
right,
that's why it's semi-autonomous.
Okay. You are right, but that is not the exact reason that why we don't want to give them autonomy. We do want to give them autonomy, but there is a governance structure within the organization. If there is a policy at the top level, that policy has to be followed by the whole organization, no matter what. No matter I am using agile teams, but those instructions or guidelines coming down in as a good governance down to us are to be followed by us. For example, your organization is ISO certified, and ISO requires you to document specific things in specific order. When we are doing agile project, our people say that we do not want this documentation is not required for this project. It may not be required by the customer, it may not be required by anyone, but we must have, that's exactly why we must have semi-autonomous self-organizing teams. Semi-autonomous, which are also bound by compliance requirements of the organization. So therefore, we are not giving them the autonomy in the area where governance resides. And second point is leverage and enhance organizational assets. So we will be able to efficient decision making based on these contexts and adopting resources like improving effectiveness and boost agility doing this. Okay, we talk about the tailoring, right? As the situation is, as you are in whatever kind of situation, based on that, you will wriggle out of it. You will develop your own route to come out of it. You will have your own way of working. And based on that, you will select your life cycle and your strategies. That is the crux of the matter. Tailor and scale based on situation you face. That is exactly why this book is called Choosing Your Way of Working. How to do that? To do that, you have to first analyze the context, then select the best life cycle, and then connect the dots like process goals. So if you remember what we had been talking about all the while, you would understand, analyze the context, is observing the current situation where we sit and stand. In this situation, what is the best way of working? Which life cycle should I select? I have told you 6 life cycles. Out of those life cycles, which is the life cycle most suited for your situation? That is the selection of life cycle. And then whatever life cycle you have chosen, go to the process goals, the DA browser, go to the process goals and select the decision points. So that will connect all the dots and you will be coming up with a completely unique way of working for your situation. So you have tailored your situation. And last but not least, make some choices. Naturally, once you go inside the process goals, you have got decision points and there you make certain choices. And then if you keep doing that, keep improving your way of working, evolving it, you will be practicing continuous improvement. Agility at scale. In disciplined Agile, scaling is the application of Agile and Lean strategy. So we are not only talking about Agile, but we are very flexible. We go Lean from Agile and from Agile to Lean very quickly. We can, right in the middle of the way, we can change our strategy, we can change our life cycle, and even the way of working. So tactical agility at scale takes place at the team level. How flexible can we be while we are working? Can we change our way of working? That is what is tactical agility at scale. Strategic agility is also at scale, but that is across the entire organization. So that's exactly the difference between the strategy and the tactics. At the top of the organization, the organizational agility, how does it apply, is the strategic agility at scale, and at tactical level, it is taking place at the team level. The decisions which are taken by the team members. Now look at this. This is the tactical scaling factors organized in a very interesting mechanism that helps you better understand team and work dynamics. Okay, this is kind of a spider diagram, and there are 6 different scaling factors mentioned here. Team size, geographic distribution, organizational distribution, compliance is technical complexity and domain complexity. If your team size, now, if you talk about Agile, classical Scrum, it restricts you to not to increase the size of your team more than say 10, 12 people. But here in disciplined Agile, we are flexible about the size. But we do understand that if the size of team is too big, we will have difficulties. Therefore, you have to see, as far as the team size is concerned, how bad we are. If we have only 10 people, we will be sitting here. If we have 200 people, we will be sitting up there, right? So that is the level of scaling on team size. On the geographic distribution, the best could be, we should be co-located, but that may not be possible all the time. Then we should be located within the same building. All the team should be in the same building, right? That is good. But if that is not possible, then we should at least be in the same time zone. And even if that is not possible, we could be global. Now, project to project, the situation might be different. And whichever is appropriate, you have to tailor your system around that. As far as the organizational distribution is concerned, if it is a single division, then probably that is most convenient for Agile. But if it is single company, that is the next option. If it is done by contractor, that is the next option. if it is being outsourced, that is the next option. This is the organizational distribution. If you look at the compliances, those compliances, if there are no compliances, we are the best. If there are some process compliances, naturally those compliances will restrict the freedom of Agile, right? As I said, once you have to fulfill the compliances, then the work in agility has to increase. Financial compliances, and the worst case is the life critical compliance. Then technical complexity, the easiest is new standalone solution. You have new integrated solution that is more complex, a legacy solution that is even more complex, and multi-platform legacy that is even more complex. From domain complexity point of view, if it is straightforward, that is the lowest level, complex, very complex, and chaotic. Now, just look at your project and decide where your project stands on these various places. Whatever project you are doing, each one of you try to draw this and tell me what diagram does it make. I want to see your the spider diagram. Yes, please. Make it on the paper and then tell me where does it fit. Anyone who does it, please raise your hand. Okay, anyone? Okay. Yes, please. Okay, anyone who can help me? Noman? What kind of project you are undertaking right now?
Basically, project is very complex. Team size is very low. I mean, team size, there are very few people in the team. They are co-located. Then single division, and then compliance.
Let me draw. Where do you place on team size? 10, 25, 100, where do you place it?
10.
Okay. So here, sorry. Okay. Okay, it is here on 10, which could be at this place. I don't know what is happening. Completely out of control. Okay, this could be this is 10. Okay. On the scale of geographic distribution, where do you stand?
Co-located.
Co-located, very good. And on organization distribution?
Single division.
Single division, okay. And on compliance?
Process.
Process, okay. And on technical complexity? Yes, please.
It's somewhere multi-platform legacy.
Okay, here.
Yeah.
And domain complexity?
Very complex.
Very complex. Okay, let us join these areas, and this is your spider diagram. Now you see, your tailoring has to be done accordingly. We don't have to follow some agile principle that your team should not have more than 10 people, or it should not be complex more than this, or they should always be co-located. We are very flexible. We are trying to develop a hybrid solution of any kind. This is acceptable to us. There is no problem. But we, whatever the situation we are in, whatever the context we are in, we will design something out of it. I hope that is clear.
Right.
Okay. This is again the Hall project. Create a new revolutionary lawnmower robot that uses artificial intelligence. Project team consists of team lead, R&D, developer, QA team, marketer, legal, and product owner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. Strict lawnmower safety regulations, smartphone integration. Now, from this point, for this Hall project, it says, for example, there are a total of 25 people team is required here. It is a global distribution. Organization is outsourcing. Compliance is life critical and multi-platform legacy and very complex, and putting it all together. You can join these, and just like the web we have made for Noman, you can create a web like this. This is called tactical scaling. So these are the levels of scaling. You must remember that these are the 6 different factors which affect the agility of an organization. So before going for the goals, we must first decide the context of our project. So strategic and tactical scaling should have been done. Right. This brings us to the breaking point. Any questions so far? Okay, let me see how much is more there. We are at slide 34. Just few slides, and after the lunch, I'll give you a break of half an hour. After the lunch, we will take another 15 to 20 minutes to finish this module, and then we can start the next one. So should we have a break now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So is it a 30-minute break, sir?
30-minute break. You can have your lunch and enjoy, and we will get back after 30 minutes.
Sure. Thank you.
Most welcome. Most welcome. Right. So we get back from the lunch break. We have got about 2 hours left, and we are almost at the end of second lesson. So I hope we will be able to complete the third lesson as well. Okay. So whatever you have learned so far, now is the time when you can select your life cycle, and before you start off with the scaling factor and all that, based on that, you will have selected your life cycle. But keep it in mind, as I told you earlier, when you evolve your way of working during the life of the project, you may like to change your life cycle right in the middle of the project. That does not, we don't mind it. That is not a problem. That should happen because your requirements are changing all the time. So I have got a very nice flow chart which clearly shows in what environment and what circumstance you would like to go for what kind of life cycle. So selection of life cycle. So just imagine your project and just keep answering these questions, and we will see what life cycle suits you the best. Right? So let's see. Have someone else choose the life cycle for you. Agar ye aapko option hai, if you have this option, if someone else is picking the life cycle for you, so then what you will do? If yes, then you will convince them, at least allow you to choose your way of working. If you're forcing this life cycle onto me, then at least let me evolve choose my way of working. And if there is no such restriction, you are at liberty to choose your own life cycle. Then the second question is, do you understand what customers want? Suppose you don't understand that. That is a clear indication that you should be going for an exploratory life cycle. Now, you remember, in exploratory life cycle, we explore new solutions, we experiment, and ultimately, based on the result of the experiment, we move ahead. Otherwise, we trash whatever has been produced and go back to square one. The requirements are not clear at all. Okay. If we understand our customer requirements, then the next question is this a large program requiring a team or teams? Meaning what? If it is a large program which will have many teams, then straight away you can go for a program life cycle. If not, the next question is this being funded as a project? If it is funded as a project, then you move on. Yes, is this a low risk, something you have done before? If it is a low risk, does the team have traditional skills and mindset? If yes, then you ask the last question, does the team want to improve? If no, then you can resort to traditional approach. Just look at the series of questions. Funded as a project? Yes. Low risk? And we have done it before? Yes. Does the team have traditional skill sets, traditional skill set and mindset? So we are not talking about Agile. So does the team want to improve? If they want to improve, then we can rely on some other method. But if they don't, then we straight away go for the traditional method. Now, coming back, funding question under that, if their answer is no, do you want to release often? Meaning iteratively. If yes, then the last question is, do you need to release very frequently? If very frequently, then continuous delivery lean, otherwise continuous delivery agile. Now coming back to the question, do you want to release often? If you don't want to release often, then do you face rapidly changing requirements or priorities? If yes, go for lean. If no, does the team have agile skill set? If yes, go for agile. And if not, go for lean. Similarly, the upper questions like, if it is a low risk project or you have done it before, we said yes. But if it is no, then we have to see whether we face rapidly changing requirements or not. Same is true for all the three questions. Does the team have traditional skill set? If not traditional skill set, you come back here. Either go lean or agile. And if team doesn't want to improve, it goes traditional. But if it wants to improve, then you again ask it that if the changes are rapidly changing requirement are there or not. So you see, in most of the cases, you will end up doing lean and agile. If the requirements are not very clear, you are exploratory. If the project is complex, I mean, it is more than one teams, then it is program. And if it is a funded project and everything is constant, no change and everything, go traditional. And otherwise, if it is a matter of releases, iterations, changing requirements, you come to this question of lean or agile, right? So if there are more rapidly changing requirements, you go for lean. And if they are not, then you go for agile. So all the 6 life cycles are described on this slide. Exploratory, program, lean, agile, and continuous delivery lean and continuous delivery agile. So are you able to understand this? How is it happening? Any doubts or questions about this? Yes, please.
In this life cycle, there is no transformation phase. Like if someone is doing traditional and lesson learned for that purpose, you transform to agile. Is there any way?
You see, you have to start from the beginning. This is the first choice of life cycle. If in the middle of the project, you have to change the decision, you can always change the decision. Whichever question you are stuck, for example, it is this question, is this being funded as a project? Previously, it was funded as a project and now it is not. So your decision will change and then you move on another path and ultimately reach to another decision. So it is very much possible you can change the decision. No problem. Did you get it?
Yes.
This is a very useful diagram because you usually will have doubts about where to apply which life cycle. So this makes it very clear. If you are working in a DevOps environment, if there is a connection between the development and operation, then you have to go for continuous delivery cycle, which is only construction phase. Otherwise, you have to go for lean or agile. right? Traditional, when everything is in the classic manner. Program if the project is big, multi-team, and exploratory when requirements are not known. So this is how it is. So you may reach through the decision of Agile through this yellow path. Okay. Now let us see how in this life cycle, in this tactical scaling, we can allocate various goals. For example, if we are looking at team size, that will help us form the team and coordinate the activities. These are two actions which could be taken based on the team size. If we move on, go to geographic distribution. So geographic distribution will affect explore scope, right? Identify architecture strategy and coordinate activities. These are the same process which we have discussed earlier. These are the process goals, right? So these are the same process goals, and geographically what is impacted is the scope, architectural strategy, and coordination of activities. If we look at it from the organizational distribution point of view, it will affect forming the team, again, develop release plan, coordinate activities, again, and govern delivery team. From compliance point of view, compliance can affect the scope. It can also affect the architecture strategy. It can also affect the accelerate value delivery. But acceleration would be accelerated if there are too much compliance. If the compliance is less, we can accelerate the value delivery. And coordination of activities. You see, coordination of activities is coming for the third time. Moving on, technical complexity. Again, architecture strategy is affected by that. Proving the architecture early is affected by that. Why? If we are on a multi-platform legacy, it would be very difficult to prove the architecture as early as possible. Accelerate value delivery, naturally, technical complexity is more, then it is not really possible to accelerate the value delivery. A lot of coordination activity is required. Leverage and enhance existing infrastructure. As far as domain is concerned, more chaotic we are, again, explore scope. Scope is impacted by that. So we have to scope accordingly. Address changing stakeholder needs. Why the things are becoming so chaotic? There must be changes in the stakeholder need. So address those needs. Why are they continuously changing this requirement? They started with maybe the straightforward thing and they kept making it more complex, and now it is chaotic. So probably stakeholder needs have to be addressed. Accelerate value delivery will be affected. Coordinate activities will be affected. And in a lump sum, if I look at it, it comes out to be these things. You see, form team is impacted by team size. Form team is also impacted by organizational distribution. And that's all. As far as explore scope is concerned, it is affected by geographic distribution. It is affected by compliance. It is affected by domain complexity, and that's all. Similarly, coordinate activities affected by team size, geographic distribution, organizational distribution, compliance, domain complexity, and technical complexity. Meaning all the 6 factors are having impact on the coordination of the activities. So coordination and activity is the worst hit by these factors. Closer they are towards the center, less problem in coordination of activities. Farther away they are from the center, more is the difficulty in activity coordination. I hope this is absolutely clear. Any doubts over that?
Yep, clear.
Anyone else? Okay, then it's the time for your pop quiz. Which of the following scaling factors has the potential to significantly affect your choices with the coordinate activities process goal? We just described it. Coordinate activity is affected by?
All the above.
All of the above. Very good, very good. Wonderful. Which of the following scaling factors has the potential to significantly affect your choices with the leverage and enhance existing architecture process goals? Existing architecture.
Compliance.
Compliance.
Technical complexity.
Technical complexity, yes, enhance the.
Okay. Technical complexity is the answer. Which of the following process goals can be significantly affected by the compliance scaling factor?
Quality.
Explore scope. Yes.
Explore scope is the answer. Last, which of the following process goals can be significantly affected by the team size scaling factor?
Form team.
Form team, okay. Yes. Okay, so we come to the end of this lesson as well. What are the two things which stands out? Yes, who wants to answer this time? Someone new.
Coordinate activities and technical formation. Architecture.
Architecture, right? That stands out. Very good. What is your opinion, Munir? Munir, what is your opinion? Can't hear you. Are you speaking? Almost no noise. I can't hear you.
Hello.
Yes. Now it's okay.
Okay. So probably the fact that we can change our life cycle anytime, we are not bound by one particular life cycle approach. And whenever we feel like the requirements are changing, environment or the context is changing, we can simply make the shift.
Of course. Very good. Very good. So what is your take on it, Yara?
Yes, the factors here and how do we tailor based on this factors and having different let's say design depends on the time size, the distribution, the organization, compliance and technical complexity.
Right. Anything confusing you, Yara, out of this lesson?
Yes, actually the compliance part.
Compliance part, okay.
I will need to read more about it in order to decide how does it impact the project.
Actually, when we talk about normal Agile, I mean the Scrum or Agile, whatever, not disciplined Agile, they don't really talk much about it. Compliance is not generally considered to be taken care of in the Agile project. This is disciplined Agile, which has specifically put emphasis on it. That if you are living in an organization has governance requirements, and that certain compliances have to be met, then those compliances will have to be abided by the team members. Right? So we just can't.
So it's like a limitation or restrictions.
Yes, of course. We have to. If we have to, then the team flexibility or the freedom which the team had is now closed. Is not as much freedom as they had earlier, whatever they want to do. They can do everything, but not against the governance mechanism, not against the compliance. The compliances imposed on them are to be, abided by. Okay, one idea which can help Junaid Sarir, I did not see you earlier.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. I just joined.
You just joined. You did not attend the whole day?
No, I'll be attending like this moment onward. Actually, I am a DSK Senior Scrum Master already. I am observing this session.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. That is great. Okay. So who is telling me one idea that will help your team out of the whole lesson? Aslan? Nothing?
Yeah, from this lesson, this was a very like healthy discussion going on. So a lot of new things I have learned, and we can like scale down and scale above. And what I took from this lesson, that the team size, like it's increasing from 10 till like you can increase whatever it is. So if in the starting phase of the project, the team size is like small, we can like follow some different practices. And once we are like scaling it up, then we can like change this cycle as well and the methodology. And so this flexibility is like a very good thing which discipline Agile has like given us. Like we cannot even think about this flexibility with other frameworks because they are just focusing on their stuff. So this will be like really helpful because a lot of times in practical projects we need to like scale down, scale above, and we need to like change the practices. We need to like change the timings of the meetings and all those virtuals we are conducting. So this will be like really helpful, discipline Agile.
Actually,
and I think it's like very beneficial from small project till the like large mega projects. I think it's fitting in all type of projects.
Exactly.
And other frameworks, they are not like fitting up in every kind of project.
Yes. This is the beauty of it. This is the beauty of discipline Agile. Although it might look slightly difficult for people to understand, otherwise the concept is very clear. This is completely Agile. So we can comfortably adopt it in any environment. Right? This brings us to the end of lesson number 2. We can have a small little break of about 5 minutes, as if I can prepare my next slide and we can then start. So just have a break about 5 minutes and then we will start. Right, I am back. Let us start the last session.
Yes.
Lesson 3. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, this last session, this is the agenda. First of all, what is the purpose and scope of discipline DevOps layer? You see, the name is optimizing how we work with the discipline DevOps layer. DevOps layer, you remember, disciplined agile delivery was one blade, right? Remember? And the DevOps layer was having about 6 blades, and DAD was just one blade, right? So when you are working with IT operations and continuously in a continuous delivery manner, this is where the DevOps comes in. And naturally, all the 6 blades work together to make it realize. So this is where we are going to talk about this whole of the DevOps layer. We are concerned about the DevOps layer. That is our mission. But naturally, there are certain coordinations which are to be made with the enterprise and other program layer and the enterprise layer. So that would be done. But our main concern is DevOps layer. How to use the DA toolkit to optimize how a team works with a disciplined DevOps layer. How use the DA toolkit to identify and help resolve challenges team face in the disciplined DevOps layer, and the test first method. And the interesting part here is that whole of the book, choosing your way of working, is written based on disciplined agile delivery. But there is a very little focus on the disciplined DevOps, although material is available, but that is as compared to the DAD, very less emphasis is being paid to disciplined DevOps layer and the upper blades, other blades, many other blades. But if you go to PMI website on the disciplined agile, you will find a lot of material, not a book. There is no book available for that, but there's a lot of material physically available on disciplined agile website of PMI. From there, you can read a lot about other things. Like I was confused about what are the different blades doing and how do we interact with them, because there are certain blades which are not even required for DASSM. You don't have any coordination needs with certain blades, and you don't need to be knowing that. But then there are 2 other certifications from Disciplined Agile. One is called Disciplined Agile Coach, and other is Disciplined Agile Value Stream Consultant. So they may have different requirements, and naturally they may touch upon various other blades. But still, this is a lot of knowledge which is being explored and created, and Disciplined Agile is going to open up in future in many folds. To be an effective DASSM for a delivery team, you will want to have a firm understanding of the disciplined DevOps layer so that you can effectively help your team meet complex challenges in producing high quality solutions on time. So naturally, the coordination requirements and all that, I believe as a DASSM, more of your job is about coordination, right? This is DevOps is trending. You know, DevOps has come out of the software industry, and it is becoming more and more popular. You can see the graph of popularity increasing, right? So the graph is from 2016 to 2020, right? And it is increasing, continuously it is increasing and enhancing. So DevOps is being adopted by organizations. So far, you can't claim that DevOps is being adopted by a construction firm or something, but mostly in IT sector, DevOps is being adopted by a lot many organizations, and they do understand what DevOps is. What does DevOps mean? Mean to you in your work? What do you say? Let us first see this video and make up your mind.
DevOps is a hot topic, and that raises an interesting question. What is DevOps? The word itself is a blend of two other words, development and operations. The ideas and practices of DevOps came about as organizations began to use Agile techniques to bridge the gap between development and operations. Doing so enabled the formerly siloed roles of development, IT operations, quality engineering, and security to coordinate and collaborate to produce better, more reliable products. Ideally, the result is a streamlined flow between development and operations that looks something like this. It all starts with the plan stage. Requirements and feedback are gathered from the stakeholders and customers and used to build a roadmap. Then we design a solution that follows that roadmap. Since we're repeating a very short development cycle, we turn our requirements into very specific test cases, built right into the code, then improve our code until the tests pass. Then, of course, we write the code. And since we've built our tests into the system, we can refine and improve the code until it passes. Once it does so, it's ready to deploy. That is, it can be released into production. The new release is now live and being used by customers. This is when the operations team is hard at work, making sure everything is operating smoothly. The new release must be supported as well, giving us additional opportunities to learn from our customers and, if necessary, course correct. The final phase is to monitor, collecting data and providing analytics on customer behavior, performance, errors, and more. And then, of course, we use everything we've learned to start the process all over again, continuously. DevOps offers several benefits. Among them, accelerated innovation, improved collaboration, increased reliability, security, and scalability. DevOps has been around for some time now. It's evolved from being a buzzword to a tried and tested practice.
I think this is very self-explanatory, and you must have quite understood what it really means. The word DevOps is a blend of two other words, development and operations. Yes or no?
Yes.
Very good. DevOps maintains the silos that separate development, IT operation, quality engineering, and security.
No.
Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. So as far as the DevOps is concerned, how does it affect our principles, promises, our guidelines? How does it align to that? So DevOps is taken care of by these two principles: delight customers and choice is good. How do we do it? We ensure quality in DevOps, because you see, development and operations are working together to optimize. So we have a need for ensuring the quality, shorten the feedback loop, different contexts and different strategies. You see, we said context counts. So now we have got many contexts and different strategies are to be used, because we are in a constant loop. Experiment to discover what works for a given situation. And that would be something like exploratory. So whatever. As far as promises are concerned, accelerate value realization, improve predictability is probably our scope here. Continuous release lifecycle, because there is no end in this lifecycle. This is just the construction phase, and rest everything is going on all the time. Test first strategy. and reduced feedback cycle. And if we are talking about the guidelines, then we have validate our learning and apply design thinking, which is done through assess what works, as process improvement, product development, design from customer perspective, exploratory approaches, etc. Now, this is your disciplined DevOps. 6 blades. I had shown you a diagram of so many blades, but this is only the DevOps layer. What I said was, whole of this book, choosing your way of working, is all about disciplined agile delivery, right? But this is just one blade. Disciplined agile delivery is one blade. Actually, the development which is going to be done by the team, agile team, would have to interact with the IT operations, right? So development and operations have to be married up, and in this marriage, this security, data management, release management, and support will all be entangled. So this is your disciplined DevOps. These are the 6 blades. You must know what are these 6 blades, but most important from your perspective is IT operation for you, and security. Sometimes you interact with it. Sometimes release management is very important for you. Data management, yes, sometimes we do interact with it. Our mostly our interaction is with the IT operation, release, and security, right? But you see, naturally, we have to understand how we link with all others. As I was saying, disciplined agile delivery is what we are studying most of the time. What material is available is all about disciplined agile delivery, and for each one of the other blades, not much of material is available. They have written the whole book on disciplined agile delivery, but there is no separate book on security, data management, release management, DevOps, this, that. That thing is not available, right? At least from the disciplined agile. But as I'm saying, this is an evolving knowledge. There is a lot of material on their website which is available. I was trying to tell you earlier, I was curious to know what all are the different blades doing. So I did find it on PMI website. I collected it all that material, and that came out to be about 400 pages book. It is not yet available in form of a book, but description of each and every blade only covers about 400 pages. So I do believe that this knowledge is going to be evolving over time. Okay, DAD and goal-driven approach. Learn about the advantages of taking a goal-driven approach to agile solution delivery. When we talk about solution delivery, that means continuous delivery, right? And what is our DAD? DAD is simple, agile, or lean. Simple, agile, or lean, right? So if you want to talk about this is in chapter 5. Okay, then we have got security, we have got data management, release management, support, and IT operations. And this is the whole set of these 6 blades. Which blade would most help your organization? Naturally, we do understand DAD is the core, right? But if we are talking about DevOps, then DAD and IT will work together with the help of these remaining 4. Working with a disciplined DevOps layer. So when we talk about DevOps, we are talking about continuous delivery. And how many life cycles are there in continuous delivery? Anyone who can help me?
2.
2, and what are their names?
Lean and agile.
No, lean and agile were simple. Like there was one agile life cycle, there was one lean life cycle. Now in continuous delivery, we have got continuous delivery agile life cycle, continuous delivery lean life cycle. These are the two life cycle applicable here. So it is slightly confusing if you only say agile or lean, because these are continuous delivery agile and continuous delivery lean. So these are the two life cycles. Your answer was correct, but the delivery was slightly different. Okay. As far as the continuous delivery agile is concerned, we have already shown you this diagram, and we said there is no need for inception, there is no need for transition, because we are in a continuous cycle. So we are all the time, we are in construction. We are all the time in construction. So all of this is included in construction, and then we have a loop which keeps updating the work items, and this backlog is continuously being updated, and this is a never-ending cycle, right? Because we are now interacting with operations continuously, continuous delivery, right? So this project never ends. So this is continuous delivery. So this is the agile diagram, and this is the lean diagram.
Problem.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, please, can you hear me? Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what is the problem. Okay. Right. So I did talk about the continuous delivery agile and continuous delivery lean. And moving ahead, let us move on to dev security operations brings information. Now, let us see what is this interaction. Disciplined agile delivery, security, and IT operations, right? So out of the 6 items, 6 blades, just talking about 3 blades, it makes DevSecOps, meaning DevOps, security included only. If this is considered, it brings information security concerns into DevOps. So this is DevSecOps, right? So what happens here? Disciplined Agile sends the production release to the IT operations send the operational intelligence to security. Security sends the security guidelines and tools to Disciplined Agile, while Disciplined Agile gives it back the development intelligence, based on which the security guidance and tools are going back to IT operations. And IT operations are directly giving back to Disciplined Agile delivery is the operational intelligence and change requests. So these are the relationships. You see 2 arrows from 1 arrow incoming, 1 outgoing, from each one to the other 2. So this diagram, you must understand how we interact with minimally 3 blades: security, IT, operations, and disciplined agile delivery. Then, if we are talking about the connection with the data, that would be called data DevOps. What is the connection with data? We do have same connection with DAD to IT operations, production, and things which is coming to disciplined agile delivery is operational intelligence and change request. That remains unchanged. But what are we sending to data management? We are sending data source updates and we are getting data guidelines. Whereas IT operation does not receive anything from data management, but it gives operational intelligence to data management, based on which it provides the data guidance to the DAD and receives data source updates. So this was data DevOps. Now we talk about the whole big picture of all the 6. Plus, you see, 1 blade is added from the enterprise level. This business operation is from the enterprise level. Remaining 6 blades, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all of these 6 blades are in the DevOps layer, which I had shown you earlier. You do understand the relationship between, disciplined agile, IT operation, and data management and security. This we know. Now look at the others. So what is coming from IT operation to business operation? Because the potential value is delivered to business operation, and business operation interact with the security to receive the security guidance and tools and sends in new requests. Those new requests, the security guidance and tools are given to data management as well as to the DAD. Whereas the operational intelligence from IT operations comes to security as well as to the data management. And data management and disciplined agile, we have already seen. We receive data guidance and we send out data source updates. As far as support is concerned, support gets alerts from IT operations, and whenever it gets these alerts, it could send in the change request or the support intelligence to disciplined agile delivery. On top of that, intelligence, operational intelligence directly is going from IT operations to DAD, and consumer solution is going to release management onwards, moving on to IT operations as potential value. And that potential value is then shifted to business operations. And this is how whole of this cycle works. Okay, based on this knowledge, data DevOps brings security issues into DevOps. True or false?
False.
Okay, everybody? False. Biz DevOps addresses how business processes and considerations move between 3 different discipline DevOps blades. क्या कहते हैं? Yes or no?
True.
Okay.
Oh.
Biz DevOps.
Business. Yes.
Okay. Disciplined agile process goal. Now, we have already talked about the process goals. There are several process goals, form team, this, that. So we are now going to talk about our process goal is it captures the detailed process related decisions and options. There are 2 things, decision and option. There is a process goal has a number of decisions, decision points, and the various tools are available and various options are available. So I have already shown you the DA guide, DA browser. Process goals provide guidance so that a team can tailor and scale agile strategies given the context of the situation they face, sometimes called our process capability. This is how it looked like. This is exactly what we saw. For example, deploy a solution. It has got these 4 different decisions. Automate deployment. And as I explained, can someone help me in explaining this? What is happening in release strategy and what should you do? Release strategy and what should you do? Ji Zahid Mushtaq Sahab. We have already done this. We know how to do it. Zahid Mushtaq Sahab.
Sorry. Yes. So as we have discussed already that, we will go through these, at least of them are the ordered list. So automate deployment, we can see that the major option is deployment script. So continuous deployment, we can evaluate that, and then deployment scripts, deployment instructions. So I think deployment script, in my point of view, will work best.
Okay, deployment script. And what is the reason for not using continuous deployment? Why have you
Automation is always helpful. I have taken into account the automation aspect of it.
But the options available to you are in ordered form. Ordered means the topmost option is the best option. If you are not using that, you must give a reason why are you not using the continuous deployment.
Sure.
Because this is automate deployment, and naturally the best option would be that this automation could be continuous in nature, automatic, right? So probably the best approach is continuous deployment. Maybe you do not have skills or you do not have need for using exactly this strategy. So you may therefore go for the good starting point, which is deployment script.
Yes, to start with, yes, we can go with deployment scripts.
Exactly.
And then with the period of time, we build this capacity of continuous deployment.
Yes, or when we are capable enough, we will start using continuous deployment. For the time being, this is a good starting point. Deployment script is a good starting point, but if I can't even do that, then I can go down to deployment instructions. Okay.
Right.
Someone else to please explain what would you do in release strategy decision?
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, in release strategy, we got options to choose whichever we want. No? I'll choose for the parallel run.
Choose for?
Second last. Parallel run.
Parallel run.
Yes.
Okay, that is fine. But you see, why did you not start with a good starting point? There are two good starting points. Cold switchover or functionality on release. Otherwise, everything is equal. I have no argument, no objection if you are using parallel run. But just a question, why did you not go for cold switchover or functionality on release?
Cold switchover, I think you have to test one application without doing the same with another application. Like you can't run it parallelly.
Okay, let me see, deploy the solution. Let me bring it up.
If you can check on simulator.
Yeah. What was deploy the solution?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me
deploy.
This is deploy the solution. And here it is.
Cold switch over.
So release strategy and then cold switch over.
Yeah. And what is cold switchover? This is hot switchover. Where is cold switchover?
Yes.
This is cold switchover. Okay. Deploy the solution or a portion thereof by effectively writing over the current version. It is easy to automate.
Okay.
Runs the risk of needing to restore the previous version if this release goes poorly. Now the thing is, I know we might not be knowing all these terms, but with the DA browser, we are now capable enough to dig down and find which is the best solution. Let's project this screen in front of your team and discuss with them which is the best option and what should we do. This is how your way of working is decided.
Yes.
So let me get back to the presentation. Okay. Okay, after that, again, talking about the 6 blades. So these are the 6 blades. And this is one of the, okay, discipline DevOps process goal diagram. Can you read it?
It's for security context, I think.
It is for security.
It's too small, I mean.
Yeah. I don't think, and let me see if it is there, because I'm sure it is not going to be there in the DA browser, because these things are not there. Let me check it out. Can you see it? So in whole of this browser, there is inception, construction, transition, and ongoing, and nothing about DevOps. Nothing about DevOps. Right? And once I downloaded the various blades, you believe there are goal diagrams for each and every blade and its internal structure. But they are under construction. Therefore, the diagram which they are showing in the slide, that is not available in DA browser. Why? Because DA browser is all about disciplined agile delivery, DAD. Only the DAD goals are given here. Other goals of other blades are not here at all. And the diagram which is shown in the slide, that is not in the browser. I hope you get this point. Okay, so whatever this diagram is, this is just for your help. Each one of the discipline DevOps blades, will have a goal diagram like this. This is just a diagram for security. This is for data management. This is for release management. This is for support. This is for IT operations. So these diagrams are not given in the DA browser, but still for every blade, at least the main diagram, the goal diagram is available. Then we have, says select a goal diagram, ensure production readiness. I don't know if DA browser doesn't have it, how can we go into that? But still, it has given this one diagram onto this slide, and it is asking us to elaborate on that. Like, just we did earlier, if we have to ensure technical readiness, then this is a non-ordered list. So I can go for anyone, but it is preferable that I go for bold italic. So I can choose, if I choose anything from bold italic, that would be good starting point, right? And if I yes, please.
Suhail Sahab, I think I heard that you're saying this one is not available in the DA browser. So maybe it was available in previous version of DA browser and in the latest one. So this one, they have replaced it with some other terminology. So this one is
I will just
with respect to
have
transition.
Have you checked it?
I haven't checked it yet, but
okay,
it should be there. So it is under the umbrella of transition.
Okay, let me go back there and I'll show you.
Yeah.
I don't believe that it is going to be available. So this is 5.3, this is 5, this is 4. Which one we want? We go for 5?
Yes, we can go for 5.3 and let's see its alternate there.
No, 5.3, I'm already there.
Okay.
I was showing you 5.3. Now, as you said, I'm going back. This is 5. And you see,
so
these are
in
only
the transition part, so ensure production readiness in the transition. So those goals were in transition. Yes, ensure production readiness.
Ensure production readiness. Okay.
So
apply the solution.
This one. Yes, this one.
But where are the blades? Blades are not here, no? We don't have the blades.
I didn't get the idea of having a blade.
Just a moment. Ensure product readiness. You are right.
So these are the 21 goals. So
yes,
blades
exactly.
are different from goals.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
it will not be under any blade.
Yes, you are right. You're right.
Okay.
But at the same time, there are process goals which I had shown you. Let me display it to you. I am totally lost. Where am I?
So I just wanted to share that it is here, like in the transition part, this goal, if anyone wants to go and see the details about further options and their pros and cons.
Which goal?
So ensure production readiness.
I agreed with you that it is there.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is different.
Okay.
Let me show you the slide. Okay. You see, I am talking about these goals. IT, sport, these are not available there, right? This, as you said, this one is about ensure production readiness, right? This is just for your practice. It doesn't,
yes.
If there is a goal, you go and find it in the browser and then you decide, right? This we have been doing earlier also, right? So this ensure production readiness is not from any other blade. This is a DAD blade item. DAD blade item out of the 21, right? So therefore it is there. My point is that like this IT operation, this process goal diagram is nowhere to be seen.
Okay, so maybe they have delinked it. Earlier it was there. Actually, I used this, so that is why I know. Yeah. So you're talking about the decision points and the options on the right, and what are the default options and what is the preferred option, all that.
I am talking about the thing on the left, IT operations. Right? IT operations, where is it in the DA browser? In DA browser, there is no IT operation, there is no release management, there is no data management. These things are not there and they never had been. If you say that you have seen them,
you're right. So the left ones, they are not there. You mentioned that already. So
okay,
these are related to DevOps and
on the right hand side, don't be confused because those are normal tools, normal decision points. So don't be confused. Right. But DA browser 5.3 latest version does not address other blades than DAD. And DAD blade has got 21 and not 24 process goals, right? That was my point. From your exam point of view, there are 21, okay? But if at all you are specifically asked how many have been added, then there are 3. Now there are 24. But as far as these goals are concerned, you must just view them, these goals, security, data management, release management, all this. You must have just viewed it as if there is any question relating to this, you could respond to that. But remember that they will not be asking any detailed question about these blades because this knowledge is yet not complete. They have not published this as yet. I just forgot the link. I have to search it out on PMI website from where I found all the blades and their diagrams. And when I tried to find them in the browser, browser doesn't address that as such. So they are just like this raster diagrams are available and we can just have a look at them, nothing more. Okay, optimizing delivery using test-driven development. Now, this is an interesting topic. What is test-driven development? When Agile came into being and they said, okay, let us create a user story. This was mandated that as soon as a user story is created, we must first establish the acceptance criteria. This I hope everybody knows. Well, you are asking me to build you something. So I asked you, well, you have given me the specifications, but still tell me what are you going to check when I deliver it to you? As if I am prepared for that. I fulfill all those needs and requirements. So this acceptance criteria is a kind of a checklist which shows that, okay, dimensions are okay, size is okay, and this is okay, that is okay. So if all of these things are okay, then it has to be acceptable to the customer. This is user acceptance criteria. Now, from the developer point of view, when we know the user acceptance criteria, before we can start developing the software for that, we would rather first go for developing the test based on the acceptance criteria. How is it going to be tested? Right? Software I have not written yet, but I have already written the test for that software. Using test-driven development means that the tests are written even before the software has been written. Do you get my point? And if we can do that, we can be rid of a lot of wastage. If the test has been written already, then naturally, when I will be developing the software, I would ensure that that passes the test, right? Therefore, the software will not create any feature which was not required, or unnecessary effort will not go into it. That's how we are going to optimize our delivery using test-driven development. And this is TDD is one of the many agile methods. Right? And even test-driven development is of many types. So what is test-driven development? Okay, I'm sorry, where was I? Okay, test-driven development is short repeating development cycles, iterations, meaning test was developed in an iteration, right? Software requirements are turned into very specific test cases. Code is written and refined until it passes the test. Now, once the test has been written, then the code is written and it is continuously improved until it is able to pass the test. So that is said to be the test-driven development. Developers don't write tests, they write code. This is normal perception. But you see, there are two ways of dealing with defects in code. One is to detect it and other is to prevent it. By writing the test first, by coding the test first, we are basically preventing it from happening. If we would have developed the software and there was some flaw in it, we would have been digging deep into it all the time. We would be detecting. But writing the test first makes it even convenient that we can prevent the flaws from happening. We will not be developing anything which needs to be detected. Nothing needs to be detected because we have already developed the test and we are trying to converge our solution towards passing that test. So how do we deal with defects? At each stage, detecting a defect is possible, like predictive coding and typing. During compilation, linking the softwares or whatever, loading, dynamic loading, and end user QA runtime check. You can't prevent defects, but you can detect them earlier and earlier. So if you can detect those problems from occurring even before they have occurred, that could be a lifesaver. But defects are going to be there. A bug is a missing test. You say, in this software, there is a bug. Why is there a bug? Because that did not get through our test. Because there was no test created, therefore something passed the passing, passed without testing. In short words, something passed without testing. And that is a bug. If there was a test, there would not have been a bug. I hope you understand this is a very simple definition of that. We don't want to fix the defect. We want to find the test you missed. Rather than running after the test, even if late, if you can write the test now, you don't need to find and fix the defect. If you write the test now, then whatever you had created, the software would be amended to fit the test requirements. To write it, you run it, you watch it fail, then you fix the defect, then run the test again and until it passes. Now you know it's the right test. So if there is no bug, if there is a bug, you don't have a test. And to catch a bug, you need to have a test. When you write the test first, it's not a test. Okay, then what it is? The test is actually a byproduct of the test first form of specification. Basically, this test is also written in an iteration. And in that iteration, we have actually delivered a byproduct. And it has its own specifications. This test will have its own specifications, creating an executable specification. So here, if the test is passed, it moves on to the next test and so on and so forth. So we are optimizing delivery. We are using executable specifications. So executable specifications are where there is no need for using test-driven development. I don't remember exactly what the name of the other version is. Okay, develop test strategy. This is there in you can check it in the browser. This is there. So explore your testing options under the development strategy, decision point under these process goals. So these are the various process goals. This is discussed in chapter number 12 and chapter number 19. And the same way we have done our exercise with all these things. This is the same way. So we don't need to do it again and again. Capturing quality requirements. Again, explore scope. We'll cover that. Okay. So this is explore quality requirements is covered under scope, and where it is explore purpose, explore usage, explore domain, explore process, explore user interface, general requirements. Here it is explore quality requirements. So this is part of explore scope, and in this it says acceptance criteria, explicit list, and technical stories. So these are things which are useful in DevOps, and they are found at various places within the existing thing. But as I said, DevOps goals are not there. The diagrams which have been shown to us, they are just for viewing purposes. As such, that has not been included in the DA toolkit. So this is where it is. Within explore scope, we have explore quality requirement, and we have got these decisions. Then verify quality of work in the DA toolkit. So where we are, accelerate value delivery, and where is the verify quality is happening? Verify, yeah. Second last, verify quality of work is part of acceptance value delivery. Sorry, accelerate value delivery. We have verify quality of work. In this, we have got static analysis as a topmost priority, the best option. And this is also a good starting point. So this is the best. Dynamic analysis, second option. Third option, non-solo work. Definition of done, informal reviews and then formal reviews. So these are various tools on which the decision can be made. Here it is. Definition of done, probably you must be aware. There are two things. One is the acceptance criteria, which is the requirement of the customer, right? So our challenges are what a developer considers done might not be what a stakeholder considers done, right? So we have to take care of all the stakeholders. Our organization is also stakeholder. Our customer is also stakeholder. Other parties are also stakeholder. So all the requirements must be taken into account before defining the definition of done. Different stakeholders will have different doneness criteria. Quality requirements will drive some, but not all, doneness criteria. Potential criteria, sufficiently unit integration and user testing. Documented, under configuration management, deployment script written and tested, past peer oblique automated reviews. So this could be a potential criteria, right? But as I said, whatever is the acceptance criteria, on top of that, there could be some compliance requirements, and all those compliance requirements added to the acceptance criteria, lump sum, we call it the definition of done, right? Enough. Yara, probably your mic is on. Okay. Okay, what next? The DevOps layer and you. This is done. I understand there might be some confusions because DevOps layer is not that very visible. It cannot be explained as well as we explained the other process goals. Some of the things we did create some kind of references and we tried to bridge it through the known process goals, but that is not the ultimate solution. There are process goals for each of the blade, which are otherwise not visible there, but you can always review them from the slides and see how these blades work. So what are the 2 points that stood out to you? Yes, please. Moin?
It was TDD, test-driven development.
Test-driven development was interesting.
Yeah.
There is another name adaptable test-driven development. There is another way of doing it. There is another agile method, adaptable test-driven development, TDD, TDD, and so many other things.
Got it.
Right. Anything which is still puzzling? Yes, Noman.
No, I think it's clear. I have also gone to this TDD and all that in ACP as well. So I think things are clear.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, from this lesson, what are you going to take back to your team? One thing you want to immediately apply in your team.
coverage.
Okay.
Writing as much test cases as possible.
Exactly, from the test point of view. Yeah, test driven is a very, very nice approach, a very elaborate approach, and this is very useful. But you see, what we are doing here, disciplined agile is taking on the best of all the worlds, all the various methodologies, agile methodologies, whatever good they have done. He is trying to, squeeze it all and bring it to the under the umbrella of disciplined agile, and that is beautiful because all those different methods could never come in consensus ever. But under disciplined agile, everything will be united, and it gives you complete flexibility to howsoever you want to design it. Okay, if that is done, we are done with this module, and I would rather like now you to attempt the knowledge check exam. That will give you a very fair idea how easy or difficult the DASSM exam will be. So I will just take you, give you the link of the knowledge check. Are you all members of PMI? I think most of you are PMPs and all. Who is not a
currently I am.
Yes, please.
Currently, I am not the member.
You are not.
Me too.
Yeah, my membership expired. I didn't renew.
Okay, one. Do you have access to Allo Choice?
Yes.
Yeah, we do have.
You can go to Allo Choice, and there is an option, there is a button for knowledge check. Click on that, and your exam will start. Those who do not have access to Allo Choice. Anyone who does not have access to Allo Choice? Everybody has access.
Yeah, I got
I'm not sure, sir, which portal you're referring to because I haven't really tried logging on to anything yet.
You have been given access to two portals. One is the Allo Choice portal, which is directly, this access has been given to you by PMI. Secondly, is PM training portal, where Dr. Faiz Rasool has put in a very nice material and many things like 6 full question papers and all that. That is also very good, right? But what I'm referring to you right now is the knowledge check, which comes with Allo Choice, Logical Operations Choice website. When you log into that, when you enter into that, that shows you all the material PMI allows, right? That includes the book, the slides, the videos, and many things. And also, out of the many buttons, we have got a knowledge check button there. That knowledge check button is where you can do the PMI exam, test trial exam.
I'm trying Allo Choice today, but I'm getting a runtime error. It was accessible yesterday. I added the course.
Okay.
But, with the key.
No,
Today
Zishan, you can try another browser. I mean, it happened to me as well. I mean, you can,
I've changed the browser, but what I'm getting is that's just a page and nothing on it.
Clear the cache. There is a lot of problem with the new Microsoft Azure. That is, I don't know what checks they have put into it. That doesn't work at all. So I have started using the new browser Brave. You can try that or something. Even Chrome is giving problems.
Yeah.
So can we start with knowledge check?
Yeah, if you have access, you can start. In the meanwhile, let me try to find out where it is on their website.
But I'm unable to. Yes.
Unable?
Oh, but I cannot download the book. I think it's shown gray on my because I think because I'm not a member of it.
You are
Therefore,
not a
I'm
member.
unable
You
to.
have to be a member.
Okay.
You have to be a member. Please get your memberships ready. That would help you a lot. Right? A lot of material is available on their website and you are missing on that. Anyways, I leave this knowledge check on to you. During this week, you fix the problem, contact Dr. Faiz Rasool. If there is a problem, you'll get it fixed. That would take it as an assignment. During this week, you will have done this knowledge check. Then on the last day, we will do the remaining 3 lessons. And you must also go through the material of Dr. Rasool and try to attempt his questions also. They are very interesting questions, very nice. Okay, from my side, I am done for today. But
yeah, cache worked. I've cleared the cache and it's working.
Wonderful, wonderful. So
I have a question, if you allow me. I just opened the knowledge check. It's started as a status.
It started.
But I want to have to start it now. Can I leave it and get back to it within the week?
I think you can get back to it. Yes, you can. You stop it right now.
Okay, thank you.
No, any last minute questions on the whole day? Whatever we have discussed in the whole day, if you have any questions about it.
Yes, I have a question about the role of the Scrum Master and the product owner.
Okay.
About the definition of done as one of the challenges that what the customer needs doesn't meet the developer's definition of done. I believe this is the role of the product owner, isn't?
Okay. Product owner's responsibility is customer facing. He is voice of customer. He represents the customer. Whatever customer says, he advocates that. See, it is the responsibility of product owner to collect all the requirements, not all by himself, but in collaboration with the stakeholder, right? He educates the stakeholder, he helps the stakeholder, and he works with the stakeholder or the customer to formulate the user stories or epics. Once those have been formulated, they are brought in to the product backlog. And then team comes and the first thing they do, they refine the requirements. And then they prioritize it, then they groom it, and then they start using. As far as a Scrum Master or what we call it here, team lead. In Disciplined Agile, we call him team lead. We don't call him Scrum Master, team lead, right? So team lead is very different from product owner. Team lead is the kind of the leader of the team working, but team is self-organizing. They don't take orders from anyone. Therefore, the role of team lead is just to facilitate. He is a servant leader. His job is to facilitate, that's all. He makes the things available to them. He resolves their problems. He understands, he collects their progress. They come up with their impediments, problems and all that, and he resolves them. He coordinates for them, whatever they want, he has to make them available. So as far as decision is concerned, he has absolutely no role in decision making. Product owner also is like a servant leader, and he does not interfere into the working of the team lead or the team members. But before a team commits what they need to do in the next iteration, they have to seek permission from the product owner, as if product owner can ensure that the job which has been committed does not get changed. Everything else in the product backlog can change except for what has been committed by the team for the next iteration. So that is considered work in progress, right? And work in progress cannot be amended until after this iteration is completed. And at the end of the iteration, the same user acceptance criteria which was decided earlier before commitment would apply, and the stakeholder has to honor that. Still, if stakeholder feels that this thing has to be changed, we have absolutely no problem. It can be accommodated as a new requirement, a new user story into the product backlog, which can later be undertaken, and that item, that thing which the customer requires can be delivered. Okay, what was the other question?
It was about the definition of done. You mentioned that one of the challenges is there is a difference between definition of done and the criteria or the customer
Acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria and definition of done. Acceptance criteria is basically what customer wants, right? It is just like a test. I gave the example of acceptance criteria with respect to the test. So basically, what the customer is going to see when I demonstrate the user story to him, what will he check? So all those items he needs to check. He will check length, he will check width, he will check this, he will check that. So all those things which have to be checked must be informed beforehand. When the user story was created, the acceptance criteria for that user story must also be written at the back of the card. User story is normally written on a piece of card. On top is the user story. On the other side of the card is the acceptance criteria.
Yes,
right?
so the definition of done is for the whole team. They define it once.
Definition of done,
criteria for each story.
Definition of done is more than the acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria is what the customer is asking for. But I am making this thing in my organization, and some of my organizational rules do apply as well. Although that were not required by the customer, but my organization has a rule that whatever goes out of this organization is to be packaged in a specific company emblem, right? So that is our company policy. So if I do not do that, I cannot deliver this product to the customer. So these are the compliance requirements added to the acceptance criteria, which make up the definition of done. I hope you understand this.
Yes, that's clear. Thank you very much.
Most welcome. Anyone else? I hope today's session was comfortable for you. I was able to convey to you whatever was required. Are you satisfied? Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Fine. So probably we don't have anything else to do, and we don't want to start the next lesson. So let us call it a day. Thank you very much for your cooperation, for your patience, to be listening to me for all these hours. And I hope we will be able to see each other next week, the same time, 9 a.m. my time and whatever is your time, as we started today.
Sure. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Office.